their catering was delayed this morning, my lord.
That's it.
Yes. In particular, accused number 3.
Okay.
Yes. My lord, when we adjourned on Thursday, the court requested us to prepare heads on the issue of the re-examination on the automatic vehicle location. We have prepared the...
You call it what? The issue of what?
On the issue of the re-examination on automatic vehicle location.
You mean the issue which arose during the re-examination?
Yes.
Yeah, which was basically when you said you want to make an application to lead Sergeant Mahono on the, you call it AVL?
Yeah, on the AVLs.
Yeah. And the defense is opposing that?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear you then.
Scott, please, my lord. We have divided the subject matter in 5 headings. In the introduction, we give a bit of a background. Then on page 2, on page 3, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. Then on page 4, we deal with the nature of the evidence that the state seeks to re-examine the witness on. Then on page 6, we give an explanation as to why the movement report was not presented when the evidence in chief was given by the witness.
Okay.
And lastly, we deal with the interest of justice. My lord, coming to page 1, paragraph 1.1.
Yes.
We mentioned that the crisp issue at this stage of the proceedings is whether the state can be allowed to re-examine a witness by introducing the records of the automated vehicle location, what is also referred to as the movement report. Paragraph 1.2, we mentioned that insofar as may be argued that this is new evidence, the state makes a formal application to the court to be allowed to re-examine the Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL records. In paragraph 1.3, we mentioned that the defense put it to Sergeant Mukhani that on the 19th of June 2020, while he was transporting the accused in a Toyota Fortuner en route to Moroka police station, he took a detour and stopped at a place near a filling station, near a directional board to Alberton, where the accused was assaulted. They proceeded to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, where there were steel stairs and poles, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That they thereafter proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was picked up. Thereafter, they proceeded to an empty space at Orlando, where there were disused ATMs where accused number 2 was further assaulted, that Brigadier Gininda appeared with some documents and the accused was forced to affix his thumbprint on them, and thereafter they proceeded to Moroka Police Station to complete the process, as the accused did not affix his thumbprints on some pages. Paragraph 1.4, we submit, my lord, that these allegations are so serious that they ought to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist the court in the determination of these issues, that it is in the interest of justice that this evidence be allowed at this point in time. Paragraph 1.5, we explain, my lord, that AVL is a computer-based vehicle tracking system used to monitor the movement of vehicles in real time. It helps to determine and transmit the geographic location of a vehicle in real time, and we make the point, my lord, that as it were, it's an eye in the sky. Paragraph 1.6, we make the submission that the AVL records will therefore show if there was any deviation along the route to Moroka Police Station. And we, in paragraph 1.7, we mention that the AVL records are therefore a silent witness. In paragraph 1.8, we argue, my lord, that it will not be necessary to await that a witness from the trekking company should testify first, as such evidence is usually given in a form of a 212 statement. In other words, just a formal statement stating that a tracking device was installed in a particular vehicle which provides vehicle location information, and that witness gathered or retrieved information from their system, and would normally state that they attach the vehicle movement information for a particular period. And that's purely, my lord, to authenticate the movement report. And we argue here, my lord, that the Sergeant Mohani can authenticate this information, as he was the driver of the vehicle in question and has testified as to the route that he followed, which is contained in the movement report, the AVL. We make the submission, my lord, that he can therefore validate the information provided in the AVL report as reliable. And we mentioned, my lord, that at this point in time, there's nothing that stops Sergeant Mohani from commenting on the movement report that we intend to re-examine him on. And we make this point, my lord, that even if it were argued that that it is hearsay evidence at this point, we refer to Section 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act, subsection 3 thereof, which provides that hearsay evidence may provisionally be admitted in terms of Section 1B if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends will himself testify at the proceedings, and provided that if the person does not later testify, then such evidence can be disregarded. And we argue here, my lord, that and we've also indicated to the defense that this witness statement will be handed up in due course. And in under point 2, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. And we quote section 1661 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. And the heading there is cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. We mentioned that under point 1, an accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings, and the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And we put an emphasis on the following: and a witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during the cross-examination of that witness. And this is, my lord, the exercise that we're trying to embark upon. And a witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Under point 2, we mentioned that re-examination is the right which may be exercised when cross-examination is complete, as in casu, by the party who called the witness. The purpose of cross-examination is to clear up any point or misunderstanding, to correct uncertainties or wrong impressions which flowed from cross-examination, or to supplement something which did not come out fully. And here we refer to Himstra Criminal Procedure, the 2023 version at pages 22 to 61, as may have occurred during cross-examination. Under paragraph 3, we mentioned that re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness evidence before the court, and thereby to get to the truth. And we refer to the case of Ramolope. The citation appears there. And under paragraph 4, this is now the basis upon which the current application is premised. New matters can be canvassed only with the leave of the court, which may allow further cross-examination on the new evidence, hence the state's application. Under paragraph 5, we submit, therefore, that no prejudice will be suffered, as the defense will be allowed to further cross-examine Sergeant Mokhani on the AVL records. Paragraph 6, we therefore request, with the leave of the court, to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mokhani, on the AVL evidence. And, my lord, we mentioned that the evidence will only be confined to the route traveled by Sergeant Mokhani on the 19th of June, so there was a typing error, should be 19 June 2020, whilst transporting accused number 2 to Moroka Police Station and thereafter to Foslores Court. Under paragraph 3, with the heading Nature of Evidence Sought to Re-examine a Witness on, we've already made the point, my lord, under paragraph 3, that AVL is computer-based vehicle tracking system. We're not going to rehash it here. Under paragraph 3.2, the defense for accused number 1 and 2 objects to this re-examination on the basis that it's new evidence. And I suppose other counsel who might also raise objection. Under paragraph 3.3, we mentioned that the state contends that it is not new evidence. That now should read not new evidence, as during cross-examination of Sergeant Mokhani, the defense put it to him that he was transporting accused number 2 in a Toyota Fortuner vehicle, and whilst en route to Moroka Police Station and eventually First Lawrence Court, he stopped near a filling station near a directional signboard to Alberton, and that they were joined by Constable Buthelezi and Mapumlo, who were driving a Nissan hardbody. That Constable Jonathan also joined them driving in his vehicle. That accused number 2, so the version goes, was then taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put in the vehicle of Constable Jonathan. That accused number 2 was then placed in the right rear seat of Constable Jonathan's vehicle, and that the late Sergeant Mabena sat at the left rear seat and Constable Buthelezi stood at the right rear door next to the accused, and that Constable Jonathan pushed the driver's seat backwards towards the knees of the accused, accused number 2, and pressed the knees very hard. It was further put to him that the late Sergeant Mabena used a silver-colored Truett's plastic to suffocate the accused, whilst Constable Buthelezi was blocking accused number 2 from leaving the vehicle. Paragraph 3.4, it was put to Sergeant Mokhani that from that place they proceeded with accused number 2 to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, and all the cars then stopped at that particular place. That there were steel chairs there with steel poles, that the hands of accused number 2 were handcuffed at his back, and were then, when they reached that place, they were taken off, and accused number 2's one hand was then handcuffed to a steel pole, and his jacket was then taken off. It was then put to the witnesses that the assault continued, and that accused number 2 was poured with water on the front part of his body. That Brigadier Gininda arrived in a white BMW with female Sergeant Mokhola and another person in braces. Accused number 2 was then electrocuted by Sergeant Mabena. Constables Buthelezi and Jonathan taking turns. That when the plastic was removed from the face of accused number 2, he was bleeding from his nose. It was put to Sergeant Mokhani that he did not participate in the assault at the garage or the steel place, but that he moved away when accused number 2 was assaulted, and came back and said, and we quote, Yekelan Diman, we close quotation, paragraph 3.5. It was put to the witnesses that there was then a meeting, and they drove to Soweto. That Sergeant Mokhani, accused number 2, and Sergeant Mabena drove into the premises of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where they met Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. That Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was with his wife and a child, and he gave his car keys to his wife. that they then drove with Lieutenant Colonel Rapari to Orlando and stopped at an empty area where there were disused auto-teller machines. The cars were then parked and accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and the assault continued. Brigadier Gininda then arrived with Sergeant Mukhola and opened the boot of the BMW and sat on the edge. He took out certain documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu, and accused number 2 was forced to sign those documents by affixing his thumbprint. And that from the 16th of June 2020, the accused was not 2020. The accused number 2 was not in the right state of mind because of the assault. Paragraph 3.6. It was put to Sergeant Mukhani that there were pages on which the thumbprint of the accused were not affixed. Hence, they proceeded to Moroka Police Station to complete the process. As already intimated, my lord, we make the submission that these allegations are so serious that they need to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist in the determination of these issues, it is then in the interest of justice that the evidence on AVL be presented to determine if these serious allegations are true or not. And here, my lord, we're referring to the re-examination. The Sergeant Mukhani be re-examined on those AVL records. And under paragraph 4, with the heading explanation as to why the evidence was not led in evidence in chief, paragraph 4.1, we mentioned that the AVL records were only received on Friday, 3 November 2023 at 9:47, after the evidence in chief of Sergeant Mukhani had already been concluded. And we attached the email from Brigadier Gininda in this regard. And we mentioned under paragraph 4.2 that the AVL records were immediately disclosed to the defense when they came to hand. Paragraph 5, under the heading the interest of justice. Paragraph 5.1, we respectfully submit that it is in the interest of justice to allow this evidence to determine if the proposition put to Sergeant Mukhani that he took a detour and stopped at 3 places to allow the accused to be assaulted is true or not. Then, my lord, we refer to the case of Hepworth that has been traversed in these proceedings. 1928 AD 265 at 277, where the court held that criminal proceedings are not a game in which one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake made by the other, and that the duty of the trial judge is not only to direct and control the proceedings according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice was done. We also refer to the case of State versus Sheikh and others. We give the quotation there where the court held as follows, and we quote, "The applicant stressed that they place their reliance on the general right to a fair trial, which, as this court has held, extends beyond those specific rights enumerated in subsection 35(3)(a) to O of the Constitution. The right to a fair trial requires a substantive rather than a formal or textual approach. It is clear also that fairness is not a one-way street, conferring an unlimited right on an accused to demand the most favorable possible treatment. A fair trial also requires fairness to the public as represented by the state. It has to instill confidence in the criminal justice system with the public, including those close to the accused, as well as those distressed by the audacity and horror of crime. We also refer to the multi-choice case versus the National Prosecuting Authority and another. We give the citation there. Even if this case dealt with the right of the media to access the proceedings, the comments that were made by the Supreme Court of Appeal are opposite in this matter. And we give a quotation there in paragraphs 13 to 17. Our Constitutional Court has been vocal regarding the protection of the rights to a fair trial. Indeed, any accused person who appears in a court of law facing any charge has the constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial, which includes the foundational values of dignity, freedom, and equality, which are central to a fair trial. And in this regard, the Constitutional Court referred to the case of State versus Zukuza and others, where the court confirmed that the right to a fair trial is a comprehensive right and embraces a concept of substantive fairness, and that at the heart of the right to a fair criminal trial and what infuses its purpose is for justice to be done and also to be seen to be done. And we close the quotation. And we also refer to the case of Dlamini, Dada, and others, Joubert versus Kitekat. We give the citation there. This case was given in the context of bail application. However, the remarks by Judge Krichler are opposite, wherein he describes what is meant by the phrase interest of justice, and he said the following, we quote, this is a useful term denoting in broad and evocative language a value judgment of what would be fair and just to all concerned. And we close the quotation. We therefore submit, my Lord, with respect, that the state be allowed to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL. I mentioned on Friday that the state may as well lead the evidence through other witnesses, but the fact of the matter is that Sergeant Mukhani will then have to come back to then give his comment on such evidence. We submit that the balance of convenience at this stage and the interest of justice, my Lord, will be served if Sergeant Mukhani is allowed to be re-examined on the vehicle movement report. Okay. These are our submissions, my Lord.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu.
My Lord. Firstly, my Lord, I wish to express my apology for my non-appearance due to the circumstance that I was not feeling well to come to court, my Lord.
Okay, fine.
Court pleases, my Lord, may I beg leave to hand over the heads of argument for in relation.
Yes, thank you.
Court pleases, my Lord. The heads of argument in relation to accused number 1 and 2, because that will actually even touch the movement of Mr. Mukhani in relation to accused number 2. They are structured in this manner, my Lord. Introduction, it deals with the gravamen of the objection or issues My Lord, it has been submitted. We'll submit that the application by the state to re-examine Sergeant Mokhane on the evidence or on the document of an AVL does not find fairness and justice because he is not a competent expert in the field of the tracing and the tracking systems. Our heads of argument are structured as follows. Firstly, paragraph 2.1. There are two state witnesses which has testified about the escorting of Sergeant Mokhane and the late Sergeant Mabena to various places. Their oral evidence was not supported by AVL records, and as such, why would it be significant to re-examine Sergeant Mokhane differently from other witnesses who were escorting Sergeant Mokhane and the late, including the accused person? May I substantiate my argument in the following manner, my Lord? In this case, I would submit that the defense is relying on the submission made by the state in their heads of argument to the effect that the reason for the recalling or tendering this new evidence is based on the version of accused number 2. The case of the state, my Lord, is not founded on the version of the version of accused number 2. This version is put to the witness to counter the evidence given orally by Sergeant Mokhane. And my Lord, this is a documentary evidence which by submission was supposed to be discovered prior to the matter being set down for hearing and during the discovery of relevant documents. On paragraph 2.2, my Lord, it is contended that secondly, the nature of the AVL records requires an expert who will be able to explain the synopsis, functioning, and the recording of the AVL system. Thirdly, the state has not laid the basis of the AVL's report, and the state has not established the agent who tracked the motor vehicle or the movement of the Toyota Fortuner as from the 16th of June 2020 to the 27th of October 2020 and beyond. The role of an expert witness and the evaluation of the expert witness. An article was drawn from Tools and Trade. It's headed 3rd March 2021. The expression expert witness is ordinarily used to refer to a witness whose opinion and the reasons on which they are based are admissible in evidence in litigious, technical, and scientific nature, enables such witness to draw inference and form views in circumstances where a court or a tribunal is unable to do so reliably unless it receives an assistance or guidance from someone with expertise on the relevant subject matter or in that particular field. My Lord, it is further submitted that in case this proposition has been supported by R. versus Vilbro and another, 1957, Volume 3, SA 223, AD, page 228, from G to H. It was held that a party intending to call or calling a witness to give expert evidence of the kind discussed, he is required to furnish the other party with a summary of such witnesses' opinion and reasons thereof. In this case, my lord, nothing has been furnished to the other party as contemplated by or as provided in the case of R versus Wilbrunner. I would submit further that before we proceed, the state, after having discovered this document on the Friday, which it has already submitted, was not a reasonable time for the state to produce such a document or to discover such a document, and as such, there is no summary of such witness in leading his opinion of the records. In the case of Schreinder NO versus Automobile Association and another, Judge Davis also referred the well-known South African textbook of the law of evidence, Zephyr, in Paces and Skien, the South African law of evidence at page 330, where the learned authors thereof, citing the English judgment of National Justice Campania, Nivera, South Africa versus Prudential Assurance Company Ltd, outlines the duties of an expert as follows. An expert evidence presented to the court should be and should be seen to be the independent product of the expert, uninfluenced as to the form or content by the exigencies of litigation. In this case, my lord, I would submit with respect that Sergeant Mokano is not a neutral person in giving assistance on the evidence of these AVL recordings, on the basis that he is a team investigating this matter, and his conclusions will always be biased. May I further make a submission in terms of the above mentioned case? An expert witness should provide independent assistance to the court by way of objective, unbiased opinion in relation to matters with his expertise. An expert witness should never assume the role of an advocate. An expert witness should state the facts or assumptions upon which his opinion is based. He should not omit to consider the material facts which could detract from the concluded opinion. An expert witness should make it clear when a particular question or issue falls outside his expertise. In the case of MTV versus MEC Health, the Pretoria High Court once again placed the issue of expert evidence firmly in the judicial spotlight. Focus was squarely placed on the requirement for expert witness to provide the court with an objective and unbiased opinion as possible based on their expertise. What is common cause between the parties? There is a common cause between the state and the defense that the evidence to be led requires an expert evidence. Sergeant Mokhane is not an expert in the AVL system or recording or systems, my lord. It's supposed to be records. But for investigating team in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa under case number 636 of 10/2014. Submissions by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. It is submitted with due respect that the evidence of the AVL recordings does not exist in vacuum, that the kind of expert evidence requires an expert who is not biased and does not have does have an independent and impartial conclusion and inferences. As discussed supra, the tracking agents must assist the court with expert opinion which may be admissible as evidence. The expert to which the state has not convincingly brought the evidence to which the state has not convincingly brought its case on the admissibility of confessions and of pointing out. It is my humble submission that the state case on the trial, within the trial, be argued and finalized after the testimony of Brigadier Ginenda. There is no law available justifying the limitation of Section 35(1) of the Constitution and Section 35(5) of the Constitution for non-compliance with the provisions of Section 217(1)A and 217(1)B, Roman figure 2, respectively. The expert evidence of any nature in these proceedings may be utilized in the main trial, and in the event the above honorable court find in favor of the state by ruling on the admissibility of the alleged confessions and pointing out. The expert evidence causes an unreasonable delay in the finalization of this trial within the trial. In conclusion, even if an expert can be called therein, there is no likelihood to assist the court drawing inferences, a reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered document or copies of the AVL records, dental reports. Furthermore, when looking at the AVL reports, it does not stipulate exact places where the said vehicle went and stopped at. My lord, this is the summary of the heads, which I would like to beg leave, my lord, to supplement in this fashion. In respect of the element of prejudice, it is my submission, my lord, that the time in which this document is intended to be introduced by the state in these proceedings on its own is irregular, and the accused persons will suffer prejudice because the basis for which this application is made is to reintroduce an evidence to rebut the version of accused number 2. Accused number 2 will still come and testify if a need arises. And the state will have an opportunity to rebut the evidence that is placed under oath by accused number 2. My Lord, it is further submitted that one must look at the reasonable time, the reasons why it was not discovered timelessly. I would reiterate in my submission by saying, if an expert witness is called, firstly, to place the authenticity of the document before this honorable court, secondly, to assist the court in drawing inferences and conclusion on the recordings, it is of pivotal importance that any submission or any evidence given by the should not be given or should be given a preference to an independent somebody who does not investigate the matter. Hence, if Sergeant Mokhano has to give evidence or his view, that view cannot hold water in terms of the admissibility of such expert or of such AVL recordings. My Lord, I would submit further before I sit that a judicial discretion is also required to be exercised when this application is brought, and to the extent that its nature, the nature of this application, must not be seen to delay the proceedings of this case. The reasons for saying that is because the state had an opportunity to investigate all the necessary information, either on factual base and on technical and scientific evidence that is purported to be used before this honorable court. And my submission further, my Lord, is that it will be prudent if the court were to rule in favor of the state to recall the previous witnesses, Mr. Mapumulo and Mr. Sadike or Mr. Jonathan, so that their AVL recordings must also be brought before this court on record and must also be challenged. And furthermore, my Lord, the evidence of this witness, to the extent of canvassing the logbooks and the pocket books of the witness, may also suffice in order to corroborate the evidence in which the state intends to lead this witness. Unless there's anything that your Lordship wants me to address.
No, thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
As we have maintained on behalf of accused number 3, we don't have any submission to make. We shall abide by the decision of the court.
Okay, yes, thanks. Mr. Mkumalo?
My Lord, I've prepared my heads of arguments. May I beg leave to hand them to the court?
Yes.
My Lord, my heads are not an objection per se, but
They're not?
they are not an objection per se, but I wish to render my services as an officer of the court.
Yes, good. I appreciate that.
I've also discussed my position with my colleagues.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I will start with the introduction, where I deal with the facts. Paragraph 1. During the trial and in the trial into the admissibility of a statement made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapad on the 19th of June 2020 and to the magistrate, Ms. Cronje, on the 24th of June 2020, pursuant to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the state led the evidence of Detective Sergeant Mokhane, who is one of the investigation officers. 2. The evidence of this witness is to the effect that he booked out accused to on the 18th of June 2020 to conduct an interview in the boardroom that will be at Valeria police station. Subsequent to the interview, he traveled with accused number 2 following his alibi in the company of the late Detective Sergeant Mabena. The copies of the occurrence book register, open bracket, SAP 10 close bracket, in respect of the accused 2 in this exercise were submitted, entered into the record as Exhibit NN. 3. Detective Sergeant Mohane testified that on the 18th of June 2020, when they were traveling with accused number 2 to his workplace in Carltonville, Rustenburg, and back to detain accused 2 when they received a phone call from Brigadier Gininda, who informed them that they had to take accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapatu at Moroga Police Station for purposes of a statement. 4. It is common cause that they were traveling in a Toyota Fortuner with registration plate FV47LRGP, which was driven by Detective Sergeant Mohane. Detective Sergeant Mabena and the accused 2 were passengers. 5. The defense assertion is to the effect that the vehicle in which accused number 2 was traveling took various detours where accused number 2 was assaulted and tortured by various police officers and later made to sign a document, Exhibit HH, on the portions that were not signed at Moroga Police Station. 6. The issue for determination is whether the state can use the AVL record of the vehicle that accused 2 was traveling in re-examination of the witness for the first time when such was not raised under cross-examination. Under paragraph B, I deal with the applicability of law to the relevant facts. I deal with the provisions of the Constitution. 7. Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, deals with arrested, detained, and accused persons. The provisions of Section 35(3), which deals with accused persons, provides as follows. Section 35(3). Every accused person has a right to a fair trial, which includes the right, small letter B in bracket, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense, small letter I in bracket, to adduce and challenge evidence. C, the provisions of the Act, paragraph 8. The time-honored sequence of our adversarial system of cross-examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination is enshrined as far as criminal trials are concerned in Section 166(1) in bracket of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. Section 166, which deals with cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. Subsection 1. An accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings. And the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And the witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. And the witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Close quotation. Paragraph 9. The right of a party to re-examine his or her witness is therefore a favor granted by the court. Is therefore not a favor granted by the court, but a legal right, statutory entrenched. The accused is called to testify in a criminal trial, is a witness on behalf of the defense, and is entitled to rely upon Section 166, subsection 1 in bracket. Paragraph 10. As far as the right to re-examine the witness is concerned, the operative word in section 160 subsection 1 in bracket R of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. Paragraph 11. 2 points emerge from an analysis of the quoted words. Firstly, there is a statutory right to re-examine on any matter if it is raised during cross-examination. These words of very wide compass, any being a word of wide and unqualified generality. See R versus Hugo, 1926 AD 268 at 271. Paragraph 12. Secondly, the right to re-examine a witness on any matter is only limited to the extent that it was a matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. The contextual meaning of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness cannot lead to misunderstanding. Paragraph 13. It will result in the absurdity that if any matter were raised during cross-examination in chief and the witness were cross-examined thereon, no re-examination will be permissible. This will be a denial of a time-honored rules relating to examination of witnesses acknowledged in our courts from the inception of the adversarial system. Paragraph B, the object of re-examination. At paragraph 14, generally speaking, the object of re-examination is to, small letter A in bracket, clear up any point or a misunderstanding which may have occurred during cross-examination. Small letter B in bracket, to correct wrong impressions or false perceptions which may have been created in the course of cross-examination. Small letter C in bracket, to give the witness a fair opportunity to explain answers given by him under cross-examination, which if unexplained may create a wrong impression or be used to arrive at a false deduction. Small letter E in bracket, to put before the court a full picture and extent of facts elicited during cross-examination, or to give the witness an opportunity to correct patent mistakes made under cross-examination. 15. Re-examination can be and frequently is a very important mechanism for presenting a full and fair picture of the evidence of a witness and thus of arriving at the truth. Paragraph 16. After cross-examination has been concluded, the side that called the witness is given an opportunity to ask questions. This is done according to the rules which apply to re-examination in chief. Questions are limited to the field covered in cross-examination. Paragraph 17. If counsel wishes to deal with new matters that is not arising from the cross-examination, he requires the leave of the court. This is in nature of fresh examination in chief and gives the opposing party the right to cross-examine again. Paragraph 18. Re-examination is not limited to questions broached for the first time in cross-examination. In this regard, see State versus Ramalope, 1995, Volume 1, SA 616A at page 619 to 620H. Re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness's evidence before court and thereby to get the truth. This was also said at State versus Ramalope at paragraph 620, at page 620, paragraph B to C. Prejudice. Paragraph 19. With regards to the test to be applied to an application to reopen, see Osterhazen versus Stanley, 1938 AD 322 at 33, and Barclays Western Bank Limited versus Guinness, and another 1981 Volume 3 SA 91N at 95C to 96H. Paragraph 20. The consideration mentioned by the courts include the following: the reason why the evidence was not led timeously, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of the shoe, the possible prejudice on the other side, including Such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. In this regard, see State versus Farthan, 1999, Volume 1, SACR 481 SCA, at 486, paragraph G to 487B. Conclusion. Paragraph 21. The provisions of Section 173 of the Constitution provide that the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the High Court of South Africa each has the inherent power to protect and regulate their own process and to develop the common law, taking into account the interests of justice. Paragraph 22. The role of a judicial officer is central to a criminal trial. The competency and impartiality of a judicial officer are substantive matters which affect and determine the fairness, in bracket, or lack thereof, close bracket, of a trial. Where there is a demonstrable lack of either on the part of the judicial officer, it cannot be said that the accused had a fair trial. It is appropriate to refer to a well-known dictum of Carl Lewis, J.A. in R. versus Hepworth, 1928 AD 265 at 277, regarding the role of a judicial officer in criminal trials. And I quote, "A criminal trial is not a game, and a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire, to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He is only to direct and control the proceedings according to recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done." My Lord, simply, there are two issues that I have raised in my heads of argument.
Yes.
One is that if the state intends to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mohane, on the document, it has to seek leave from the court. Seek leave from the court to open the re-examination. Secondly, if it decides to call Sergeant Mohane later in the evidence, it has to show that the evidence, why the evidence was not led timelessly, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of a shoe, the possible prejudice to the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. Those are my submissions.
Okay. Any response, Mr. Baloyi? Oh, sorry. Mr. Mshololo.
Thank you, my Lord. I've got no submissions, my Lord.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't see your head. Yes, any response?
As a court, please, my Lord, we just wish to respond to two issues raised by counsel for accused number 1 and 2.
Yes.
Firstly, he contended that the AVL report should have been disclosed right at the outset when the rest of the statements were disclosed. My Lord, the version of the accused was only put during the trial, within the trial. Before the matter is enrolled, we only sit with confessions and pointings out. We don't know what the version of the accused is going to be. We don't know whether there's going to be a trial within a trial. So the state only became aware of what the version of the accused is during the trial within a trial. The second point relates to expect evidence, and this is stated in page I think it's page 3. In conclusion, Advocate Ngumazile makes the point that if an expert witness can be called, there is no likelihood to assist the court in drawing inferences or reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered copies of the AVL, or well, I suppose the inclusion of dental reports was a mistake, as we're only dealing with the AVL. Fact of the matter is, Sergeant Mukhani is here. He's able to comment on the AVL reports. And Advocate Ngumezulu on page 2 of his heads made the point on expert evidence, its role, and how it should be approached. And my lord, in this instance, one wonders whether one can regard AVL as expert evidence in the traditional sense of the words, because these are just a report on the movement of a vehicle. It is as it were, a fly against the wall that monitors the geographical location of a vehicle. We've indicated what the nature of a statement will be from the company that installs the device. So, my lord, it's just merely a report that helps to determine where a vehicle was at a particular point in time. And as we've indicated, my lord, Sergeant Mukhani was the driver of the vehicle. He's able to tell this court as to which route they traveled. This AVL report is merely supplementary to indicate whether the evidence of Sergeant Mukhani is correct or not. Thank you very much.
Thanks. What's your time there?
11:34.
Hello?
11:34, my lord.
11:34. Okay, let's go out for 15 minutes. of argument prepared with regards to this matter. Right, in the nature of things, I've also prepared some notes concerning the ruling I must make. As crystallized by the state, sorry. The state intends applying, and it indeed has so applied, to call the evidence of Sergeant Mokhano pertaining to what is related or narrated by the state as the automatic vehicle location system. The state has argued that this evidence relating to the requirement by itself to re-examine Sergeant Mokhano concerning this automatic vehicle location system is not new evidence. The state argues that this evidence arises from the cross-examination and the assertions put and made against Sergeant Mokhano by Mr. Mgomezulu, when he put it to Sergeant Mokhano that his client was taken to various locations after having been taken from the Pretoria police station with the intention of being taken to the Boksburg court, but allegedly Sergeant Mokhano, who was the driver of a vehicle identified and put to him by Mr. Mgomezulu as a Fortuner, white in color, with a hard body. And this is the vehicle which Sergeant Mokhano concedes accused number 4 was transported in. Consequently, this piece of evidence regarding the fact that this vehicle, the Fortuner, SUV, is not new in the sense that it is interlinked to the evidence of the automatic vehicle location system, because that system forms part of the vehicle allegedly driven by Sergeant Mokhano. And this is the assertion which is put by Mr. Mgomezulu, for instance, that this vehicle was driven to various locations. And during the stops at these various locations, it is also put to the sergeant that he was assaulted by, amongst others, Mabena, Jonathan, etc. And consequently, that's why this court is saying, strictly speaking, this is not new evidence, in the sense that when you talk about the automatic, the AVL system, it is part of the vehicle which was used by Sergeant Mokhano and his colleagues to transport the accused to various locations with the intention of assaulting him in order to coerce him into making a confession. The other aspect which this court has to deal with is the fact that when the re-examination of the sergeant was being done by advocate for the state, he had only just finished testifying in chief and having been taken under cross-examination by Mr. Ngomezulu. In the same court, this is not a case where you find a witness testifies and is cross-examined, and allegedly the cross-examination and the re-examination is finalized, and the witness moves out of court, goes to the Kruger National Park for a holiday or to be employed there. And after 3 months, 6 months, the state gets a brainwave to recall that witness. No, this witness is contemporaneously and instantaneously testifying in this court. When Mr. Baloyi launches an application to re-examine this witness on the system, which allegedly tracks, he says it's an eye in the sky, it tracks the movement of the vehicle. This court must start maybe with the fact that once the prosecution has decided, after gathering evidence, to prosecute a person, the Constitution of this country kicks in. So too does the National Prosecuting Authority Act kicks in. And at that time, the state then is seized with presenting evidence to this court in order to prove its case against an accused person beyond a reasonable doubt. And also Section 35(5) of the Constitution kicks in, because after the accused has been charged and prosecuted, he's entitled to be given an opportunity, a full-blown opportunity, to rebut the state's case and to challenge any evidence which is adduced by the state. And don't get me wrong, there is no onus on the accused to prove his innocence. The onus reposes always on the state. So the duty of a prosecutor is to place material evidence, material relevant evidence before this court in attempting to prove its case against a particular accused. And correspondingly also, although it is not an onus on the accused has the right to place evidence before this court challenging and rebutting the evidence which was led by the state. And the accused also is entitled to adduce evidence to contradict and countervail the evidence which is led by the state. And these are interactive constitutional duties. The court, after having listened and heard the evidence adduced by both parties, this evidence obviously assists the court in ascertaining what the truth or where the truth lies. Consequently, this court must hear all the evidence if it is available, and if it is material, and if it is relevant. In Cooper, de Toit, de Jager, Pijzer, Skien, and Van der Merwe, the commentary on the Criminal Procedure Act, in relation to section 150. This is what the learned authors say regarding the reopening of a state case. And in this case, the state case is not closed, and I dare say the state case in some instances can be closed. And the state, if there is a cogent reason and exceptional circumstances, can launch an application to reopen its case and recall evidence or further adduce evidence of a witness who never even testified in that case. If it is in the interest of justice, the SCA has held that that exigency should be allowed. But like I say here, we are not even dealing with that exigency. For instance, in the case of Joseph Molula, it's case number 074/2014. It was heard on the 18th of August. The judges were Brandt, Busielo, Zondi, Fori, and Matopo. In this case, it was already on appeal at the SCA. You can read it. It was already on appeal at the SCA when the state made an application to adduce new evidence right in the SCA after the case was argued. Now that tells you how potent the interests of justice govern our law relating to fairness and fair play. And the only debate the court had in this regard was whether the further evidence should be adduced in terms of affidavit, or the court must be remitted back to the High Court for that evidence to be heard. But the principle is, as late as that stage where, a person was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment, and it transpired that in this rape case, allegedly, the lady was infected with herpes, but the attorney who was defending the gentleman who allegedly raped her and infected her with herpes, no medical examination was conducted because of that exigency. And this case was handled by my brother Mushidi. The SCA said that exigency is so important because it's determinative of whether that person will be acquitted or not. And in fact, after this gentleman was examined, it was found that he does not have herpes. So he couldn't have had intercourse with this lady. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how far the scale goes. Sorry. So the paramount reason after the state has decided to prosecute a person is that the state must conduct such prosecution without fear, favor, or prejudice. That is the duty which is imposed on Mr. Baloyi. And that the state should not take improper shortcuts in the presentation of the case for the state, and that proper evidence must be made available. Proper real evidence should also be produced, because the prosecutor is enjoined to act with objectivity, and he's enjoined to protect the public interest, and must purposefully take all the reasonable steps to ensure maximum compliance with the constitutional obligations, because a prosecutor has an obligation to ensure that an accused's right to a fair trial is protected. And this is so because of our constitutional adversarial criminal law justice system. Consequently, the prosecutor must carry out his professional functions with a discretion, and his decisions must be taken judiciously, impartially, and objectively. Consequently, I now address the question whether this evidence relating to a report of the AVL system should have been furnished to the counsels, consequently the accused, at the inception of the trial. But Mr. Baloyi says this evidence only surfaced when Mr. Sergeant Makgano was being cross-examined, because it was only then that the version of accused number two was being put to Sergeant Makgano, namely that he was taken to various avenues and locations and assaulted, meaning that this Peugeot, this Fortuner SUV, traversed various locations, and consequently the state apparently is in a position to countervail that evidence, because at this stage there are two versions before this court. Sergeant Makgano is not himself only. Jonathan, all the police denied that accused number two was assaulted by them. And number two is adamant that he was assaulted. They actually told him, is he still alive? That's how murderous they had assaulted him, this police. And you know, this case has got to do with reputational damage. Two senior police officers, Mbodlo, who allegedly took one of the confessions, and Rapadu, who allegedly took the other confessions, they are alleged by accused number two to have been instrumental in orchestrating what Mr. Ngumezulu calls a severe assault and a severe torture of accused number four in order to extract a confession from him. These are senior police officers. This court has a duty, if constitutional rights of an accused person are being transgressed, to refer that exigency to the relevant authorities. Consequently, that is why this court must have access to all the evidence in order to traverse all the evidence objectively. I've got a case here which was conducted by Ronald Sutherland, the Deputy Judge President of the Transvaal. Where he states that if it comes to the notice of an investigating officer during his or her investigations relating to forensic or scientific analysis of real evidence, that police officer must immediately inform the prosecutor about that exigency. And he says this is so because the investigating officer is in a special representative position vis-a-vis the prosecution, because he assists, as an investigating officer, the prosecutor to prepare the case and to prepare the evidence. And in this case, for instance, the learned judge says, because of that exigency, and because the versions which are disclosed by accused persons for the first time happened during cross-examination, and if the state wishes to pursue that aspect of evidence, because the state requires amplification or clarity or clarification or qualification or simply an explanation, those matters need to be followed up, and if needs be, postponements should be sought to investigate the correctness or otherwise of the facts underlying the testimony in question. And it may well be that such a practice is not attainable in every case because of logistical restraints. But because persons could be convicted because of the charges they face, and they could be sent to drastic terms of sanctions following the conviction, it follows that the investigating officer ought to be mandated in terms of standard prosecutorial and police procedures to investigate further. See in this regard the case of S versus Sibofi, 2015, 2, SACR 179, GJ at 169. As I say, the judge was Sutherland. It was an appeal case. He was sitting with Justice Opperman. So in other words, there is no definite time when you say the state can no longer investigate. I just shown you proof that even when the matter is before the SCA is being argued, if there is a necessity to investigate a certain exigency which may have a bearing on the outcome of the appeal court says, in the interest of justice, that case must be remitted back. That additional evidence must be traversed. So in this case, it is unfair. Actually, the law doesn't even countenance it. It is unfair to accuse Mr. Baloyi of having dragged his feet and not having, as Mr. Mgomezulu states, made it a point that he investigates before charging the accused. No. As late as when Mahano was being exposed to those assertions that they took the accused to various locations and assaulted him, if the state comes across evidence, and I'm not arguing the state's case, which evidence may throw light as to whether that exigency exists or not, the court is bound and obligated and enjoined to hear that evidence. But here I hear Mr. Mgomezulu say, no, don't investigate. Don't listen to that evidence. I'm listening to the same case. He says, no, you mustn't listen to that evidence. Really? Is that evidence relevant? Is that evidence pertinent? Is that evidence going to enable the court to reach to the truth of what happened in the the exigency which is denied by this witness, Mr. Sergeant Mokhano, and which is insisted upon by accused number 4. Consequently, the adversarial and accusatorial nature of criminal trials in South Africa demand that parties should, as far as possible, be given equal opportunities in the presentation of their cases. As I said, the state must be accorded all the opportunity to call and adduce relevant material to prove the owners reposing on it beyond reasonable doubt, and the accused should also be accorded a full opportunity to present evidence in rebuttal of the case against him and to challenge any evidence which is so presented. See in this regard the case of S versus Mpeta, 1983, 1 SA 492 C at 494 A to C. And see also the case of Director of Public Prosecutions, North Gauteng, Pretoria versus Makubelo, case number A91/2014, decided on the 6th of August 2014. And this is so because prosecutors are not practitioners who represent clients, but prosecutors are public officers who should assist the court in ascertaining the truth. And to enable the court to see that justice is done, the prosecutor is expected at all times to act in a manner which is responsible and fair to the accused, and to be open and candid to the court. Consequently, he's going to present and place all the material before this court, as Mr. Baloyi is attempting to do. He says there's evidence which, according to him, if this court can hear, it may find that it is relevant. I don't know if that evidence is relevant or not. And the prosecutor's duty, unlike that of a defense counsel, his primary duty is to assist the court in ascertaining the truth. See in this regard S versus Razini versus Director of Public Prosecutions, Western Cape, 2009-1, SACR 540C at 549H to 550A. And see also the case which has been quoted by Mr. Kumalo and Mr. Baloyi, as versus Ramalope, 1995-1, SACR 297, Orange Free State. And also see versus Sabisa, 1993-2, SACR 52-5, Transkei. And see also as versus Goma and others too, 1994-2, SACR 182C. But critically, this is what the TOIT says. And I appreciate the various counsel quoting me section 166 regarding cross-examination and re-examination. But this is what the TOIT says. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the close of the defense case should be limited to the situation when new matters is introduced which the state could not foresee. That's the law in South Africa. I'll repeat it. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the state has closed, after the close of the defense case should be limited to a situation where new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. An inflexible rule of this sort would hamper the exercise of the judicial officer's discretion. They say I mustn't listen to the evidence. It's an injunction. Each case depends on the facts and the guidelines mentioned in the judicial case, and the new evidence may be allowed without injustice to the accused. Even here, where's the injustice if this court listens to the evidence of the AWVL system? Where's the prejudice to Mr. Tansi? Where is it? I don't know what the evidence is going to be. But the state submits that if need be, the manufacturers of that system will be called to come and give evidence in explaining the mechanism of that system. And by the way, the accused, through their counsels, are entitled to cross-examine that witness who's going to testify on the efficacy and the utilization of that AVLW machine. So there's no prejudice in hearing that evidence. I take note of what Mr. Ngomezulu says about the evidence of an expert. I'm aware of the cases. And also, I take a judicial notice of what the former president of the SCA, Mpati, said about expert knowledge. He says it's not only acquired from going to university and reading tomes and tomes of books. Sometimes through physical and objective environment of working in a particular workplace for some time, one acquires expert evidence sometimes. You can quote the case of Dr. Barnett, 1968, when he transplanted a heart, as the first surgeon in South Africa to do so. He was assisted by a black gentleman, I just forget the name of that gentleman, who actually taught him how to operate. Never went to school, that Xhosa gentleman. And he was acknowledged as an expert in anatomy of the heart. You are aware of that history, Mr. Ngomezulu?
No, I'm not aware, man.
You're not? Were you born then? 1968, says Barnett. So Mpati is referring to that. To say, no, you don't have to study necessarily to acquire expert knowledge. You can acquire same by being in the environment. Okay, so in the case of S versus Fulton, 1999, 1 SACR, 481 SCA, it is also quoted by my learned colleague here, Ngumalo. Conditions mentioned by courts as guidelines include the following: the reasons why the evidence was not led previously. Because in this case, apparently, Mr. Baloyi says it was only discovered when the version of accused number 2 was put to Sergeant Mokhano. The degree of the relevance of the evidence. This evidence is relevant to this court because it involves, allegedly, through the version of accused number 4, senior officers, colonels, abusing their position and infracting on the constitutional rights of accused number 2 by assaulting him viciously. So that is the relevance of that evidence. Because I will have forensic, scientific evidence of a machine, not a human being. And I'm sure a machine is not biased. I've heard everything, but I've never heard of a biased machine. So, it is relevant. And the reasons why the evidence was not led previously, as explained by Mr. Baloyi, is that it was just found recently, and also the possible prejudice to the other party, such as the fact that a rebutting witness may no longer be available. Mr. Ntasi, accused number 2, is available to rebut that evidence. The stage at which the proceedings have reached, we are in a trial within a trial. And the general need for finality. See also the case of Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965, 1 SA 614A. I think I have it here. I'll quote it for you. Yeah. Yeah, this is a civil case, which is relevant if you want the citation so that you can check it out. It's Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965. 1 All South Africa Law Report 603A. It was hit on the 24th of November, 1964, before appeal judges Van Blerk, Ogilvie Thompson, Rumpf, Holmes, and Williamson. It also dealt with the exigency when can one reopen a case, and what are the consequences if you do so. Sorry, let's check. Yes, consequently then, using my judicial discretion as enunciated in section 197 on the notes under the commentary on Criminal Procedure Act, this is what it is said. A judge has a discretion to exclude cross-examination, even if it should be technically permissible in terms of section 197, if it would unduly prejudice the accused. But in this case, the accused is not being prejudiced. But here they say, if the cross-examination or the re-examination of that witness, which is intended to be called by Mr. Baloyi, is going to be prejudicial to the case, to the fair case standard, which our Constitution insists on, then this court should exclude it. And they say the exercise of this discretion may be appropriate where the prosecution, as opposed to a co-accused, seeks to cross-examine the accused in terms of subsection B. And then they refer us to the case of State versus Mazibuko and others, 3 SA 198 at 197, where it was said that no discretion is conferred by the language of section 197B, and that there is a considerable body of authority which supports the view that the court which relates to the prohibition or to restrict such cross-examination on grounds of irrelevancy at all. But here, this evidence is relevant. Like I say, it's interlinked to the evidence which was given by Mohano, and it is also interlinked to the assertion which were put to this witness that that vehicle traversed certain locations, and that vehicle facilitated the assault on accused number 4, because it took him to Tembisa, Orlando, Alberton, Paraguanas, everywhere. So that the cogency of that evidence, I believe, can assist this court in establishing the truth. And they say if the evidence is relevant, then it operates as a legal rule. Although of necessity, it has to be very flexible, and it's not to be subjected to further vagaries of a judicial discretion. I've quoted all the authorities. I don't have to read them. But the primary principle here is it in the interest of justice to allow that evidence to be hid? Is that evidence which Mr. Ngomezulu says I shouldn't hear, is it relevant in this case? On both accounts, I find that it is, and consequently the state is allowed to lead that evidence. Okay.
Udaba belumayelana ke nobufakazi umbuso ofisa ukuthi ubethule ubufakazi bokuthi le moto ekuthiwa ke uSergeant Mukhane naye avumayo ukuthi yayishayelwa uyena ngaleli langa ekuyifortuna emhlophe, ukuthi ke kulethe ubufakazi obutshengisayo nanjengoba kunezinsolo ezibuya kuyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi le moto lena yahamba indawo eziningi kunala eyema khona, yahamba yaya ngase Orlando ila ashaywa khona, kwahanjwa kwayiwa futhi nase Baragwana la ekwathola khona uSergeant Raphathu. Inkantolo ke ithi ke manje uma kubhekwa ke okuningi ke noma ke ibheka amacala amaningi ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani ke ukuthi ngabuvumela noma ingabuvumela yini lobo bufakazi. Okokuqala kusho ukuthi akusibona ubufakazi obusha lobo, ukuthi lo bufakazi bothulwe noma buze ungathi ummeli kaBsola wokuqala nowesibili yena ke uadvocate Ngomezulu uma ebuza lo bufakazi uyena ke owethule noma owelethe lobo bufakazi, nokuthi kungani umbuso eqaleni ungabuvezanga lo bufakazi. Umbuso uphe iphenduleleke ngokuthi bona ke bebengazi ukuthi umsolo wesibili uzoyiphendulela athini ke kungenkathi ufakazi lona ke esethula ubufakazi bakhe la khona ke bezozwa khona ukuthi uphendulela athini, nokuthi futhi ke lo bufakazi babuthole nge-3 zika November kwakungolesihlanu, nge-3 zika November ngathi ke buthunyelwa uyena umphenyi oyinhloko kuleli cala ubrigadier uGininda. Ilapho ke asengidlulisela lokhona lobo bufakazi ebudlulisela kubona ke abameli lo bufakazi ekhulunywa ngabo ke ubufakazi beAVL athi umshushisi futhi uma iphendelela ukuthi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo kule insolo eyilethwa uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi washaywa le moto yaphuma emzileni la ekwakufanele ukuthi ihambe khona yase iya kwezinye indawo la ashaywe khona ke. Uthi lo bufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ngempela ibone ukuthi cha la ekwakumele ihambe khona le moto lena yaqezwa ke yaphumela eceleni yila ke manje esekungashiwo khona ukuthi insolo zakhe umsolo wesibili ngempela ke ziyaphatheka ke nokuthi ziyiqiniso ke. Ekugcineni ke inkantolo ithi uma isiwafundileke wonke amacala lana ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani lobufakazi bungamukelwa noma bungamukelwa ukuthi ngempela ukuthi abusibone ubufakazi obusha lobu nokuthi ukhona umnumzana uNtanzi ula enkantolo uzoba nalo ithuba lokuthi aphikisane nakona lokho egcineni ke inkantolo ukuthi lobufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ifinyelele kwiqiniso futhi nokuthi ke futhi ke imfuno noma ke idingo zobulungiswa ke ziyakuvumela ke ukuthi lobufakazi lokho inkantolo ingabulalela ngoba izofinyelela kanjani kwisinqumo ekuyisona ingekuzwanga ubufakazi okumayela nokuthi le moto lena yahamba kuphi nendawo ngaleli yalanga ngokusho kanjalo ke umehluleli uthatha isinqumo nomfinyelelo kwesinqumo sokuthi lobufakazi lokho bekuthiwa beAVL abethulweke la kuzokuthi wonke umuntu abone ezwe khona ukuthi le moto yahamba kuphi ngalelo langa lelo.
Biale Sergeant, botlhatsi bola ba lena jwalo ka ga ile gore motšhotšhisi le ba boleledi ba latofatswa bona be bantse ba bolela ka bona gore bona ba dumela gore mo botlhatsi bo ba lena bo amogelwe go ba botlhatsi ba lena bo ska amogelwa. Ntate Baloi yena Mamotlhafurugo o yeme a fitla a khopela a phaphata go khoro gore botlhatsi ba lena bo amogelwe bo tle bo kgone go theletswa ka lebaka la gore botlatla bo thusha mo molatong woke ye leng gore Ntate Mngomezulu irile ga emelela yena a re a wa botlhatsi bo ga botlo thusha ka selo gape go tlo nyaka le gore go bitswe le ditlhatsi tše dingtsela tše leng gore di bese di fane ka botlhatsi ba tsona go tshwana le bo Mabena le bo Jonathan le bo Butheletsi le ba bangwe gore le bona batle ba boye ba tlo fana ka botlhatsi gore ke nnete ba sepetse lena le sepetse tsona dilo tše fapafapaneng tše leng gore go bolelwa ka tsona mo molatong woke ge le gore lena botlhatsi ba lena botlo swanela gore bo theletswe gape bona bo Mngomezulu ba re ke botlhatsi bo eleng gore ke bo boswa bo eleng gore ga botlo thusha khoro ka selo ka lebaka la gore lena botlhatsi bo ga se le bolele ka bona ge be le fana ka botlhatsi ba lena mathomong e fela Ntate Baloirile le yana ga yemelela a se a khopela khoro o ile re ga se botlhatsi bo boswa ka lebaka la gore botlile ka moraga gore bona bo molatofatswa ba bobedi e be bona ba ileng gore ba le butša dipotšišo tšeo di feletše le gore di dira gore lena le arabele ka tsona ditaba tša gore koloi ya lena ile ya tswa tseleng goba ga se nke e tswe tseleng jwalo ka ga bentše lena le ilo dira mošomo wa lena kana letšatši leuwe ke mo e leng gore khoro jwatse irile ge re boya ka moraga gore khoro e setse e be irile re tšea nakonyana khoro e re ge ke tsopola khoro yona e re botlhatsi bo ba lena ke botlhatsi bo eleng gore bo botlhokwa gape ga se botlhatsi bo boswa jwalo ka ga ile gore ke dilo tše eleng gore di botšišitšwe mo kgorong yona e ga se gore lena le ile la sepela la ilo šoma tulotshoko mo eleng gore mohlomong lena le ile la ilo šoma ntouweng parking yela Kruger National Park mo eleng gore e rile ge le boya ye be le gore le nyaka go botšišwa dipotšišo tšewe gape kgoro e re go molato wo mongwe e leng gore o fetile go na le mo be setse molato wo o leng Supreme Court of Appeal mo be motšhotšhisi a ileng a kgopela gore ke kgopela go bitša tlhatsi goba ke kgopela go bontšha botlhatsi bo bong bo boswa ke mo e leng gore kgoro yela ya Supreme Court of Appeal ile ya re e re theletše gore botlhatsi bo bo boswa bo reng ke mo e leng gore go molato ola motho ola o feleditše a bonwa a se molato ka moraga gore go theletšwe botlhatsi bola bo boswa gane jwale botlhatsi bo kgoro e re ga se bo boswa jwatše bona ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo ka thuša go molato woke ntho ya mafelelo e kgoro e bolelang e re botlhatsi bo yona ya dumela gore lena le ka tšwela pele motšhotšhisa le botšiša dipotšišo ka bona lena le tšwele pele le arabe gore molato wo o tle o kgone gore botlhatsi bo bo fele ya be le gore molato wo o tšwelela pele. As the court pleases, thank you my lord.
Thank you. Yes Mr. Baloi.
Please, my lord. By the way, the gentleman who assisted Professor Barnard was one Mr. Hamilton Naki.
Yeah, Naki, yeah.
Yes, he was a lab assistant. He didn't have, formal education, but he had amazing surgical skills, and he was teaching medical students, and physicians. Yes.
Yeah. You knew that, Mr. Ngoma. Umnyame Sport. Yeah, he was an amazing gentleman, amazing. You know, the structure of a heart. And I took human beings over 2,500 years since the Romans first had an operation and the Greeks, for a guy to take out somebody's heart and replace it. And here's a guy from Etigeni can do
Yes,
that.
my lord.
Okay.
The state will be leading evidence on the movement report, which has been marked Exhibit MM2.
MM2.
Yes, and it will only be, my lord, for the 9th, as mentioned, will be confined to the 19th of June 2020. I'm told by Advocate Ngumezulu that he wants to play something on
On record. Okay, yes, Mr. Mgumezo.
God bless my lord. My lord, I've indicated to my colleague that I would actually note that I'll bring an application for a special entry
Yeah, fine.
to be made, not at this time, my lord, as I've indicated. I requested that this application should be brought after the evidence of the investigating officer, Brigadier Kininda.
Okay, fine.
The court pleases.
Fine.
And my lord, further, I don't dictate what the state has, what type of evidence they need to lead in respect of this document. But we are finished with 2 copies. And the incident relating to the assault, as the court has mentioned in the judgment, relates in other days that the state is not intending to produce in one of these bundles that we were given. So I was given 2 bundles marked MM2, but the other one is reduced from the date of the 19th, and the version that I put to this witness starts from the 16th, and
So you want the bundle to
both
start from?
bundles to be
They must start from the 16th.
from the 16th, my lord.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Baloi.
Court, please.
As a court, please, we can make that, but as the state indicated that
What's that?
we can do that, but we are of the view that the issues that are in dispute at this stage relate to the 19th of June 2020, my lord, and the
Wait. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Where do you have the record of the 16th?
yes, it starts
Where?
on the 4th of June. It's a whole book, my lord, that
It starts on the
starts on the 1st of June.
1st of June.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mgumezo, you say you want it as from the 16th.
From the 16th.
You don't want the whole book.
Not
Maybe
the
we should give you the whole book.
No. Because I believe this is the bundle that consists of the dates during the 16th of June. It's marked MM2.
Yeah, MM2.
Yes, my lord. We'll focus mainly on the
16th.
from the 16th onward, because
Onward.
our version starts from the 16th.
So, Mr. Baloi, why don't you provide your colleague with the bundle as from the 16th, as he says?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can do that, my lord. As I say, the bundle that we have starts. In fact, I think we've already provided them with that document.
Which document is it?
The one that starts from
The 16th.
that covers the dates on that my learned friend is referring to.
What is the problem? Don't you have the document that starts from the 16th?
Yes,
You have it?
yes, we do have it, my lord.
Yeah, give it to him.
We will do that, my lord. But as I said,
But he wants it before we start. Is that so, sir?
I recently got this document for the 16th.
Yeah. So,
Yes. But now, according to the submission by the state, they intend to lead evidence from the 19th. And according to the version that we have
You
put to the
it
witness,
starts on the 16th.
it starts from the 16th. What is of crucial importance, the 17 hours that we alleged was the time in which he was subjected to torture.
Yes, yes.
It's on the 18th, preceding to the 19th. So we say the state cannot start.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yes.
As a court, please, for the sake of completion, so we have a document that starts from the 1st of June. If it's in order with my learned friends, we can hand up these documents. It starts from the 1st of June and goes all the way up to the 24th of June.
Is that okay?
Yeah, looks like they're happy with that, my lord.
Yeah, hand it over so that...
We'll then ask permission to hand up, it still remains exhibit MM2.
Starting from the 1st of June.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And this document, my lord, that we've just handed up as exhibit MM2 consists of 43 pages. We've numbered them. Pages 1 up to page 43.
Okay.
Page 1 covers the 1st of June 2020. And page 11 covers the 5th of June 2020. Then page 14 covers the 16th of June 2020.
14.
No, 16 June.
Yeah.
Page 14, yes.
40.
1-4.
1-4. Okay.
Then page 24 covers the 18th of June 2020.
18th of June.
Yes. 18th, 1-8.
On 8.
Then page 32 covers the 19th of June 2020. This is the page that the state will be canvassing, 19 June 2020. Then the last page, page 43, covers part of the 24th of June.
Page 43.
Yes, page 43, 24 June.
24 June.
But that will not be helpful as this vehicle was not used on that particular day. A different vehicle was used, not the Fortuner.
Yeah.
Maybe on that note, Malatos, it's time for the long adjournment. Can we then take the long adjournment?
Okay, fine. Okay, let's adjourn.
Yes, my lord. Sergeant Mohani, you've already put the make and registration number of the vehicle that you're using on the 19th of June 2020 on record. Just repeat those particulars, the make of the vehicle, the color, and the registration number.
Le ska lebala gore lena le fasega kano ya go bolela nneteng kere gape ba kgopela gore lena besetse le boletse gore koloi ela ke ya mohutamang gape le di registration number tša lena tša koloi yewe ba kgopela gore mamotlha le bušeletse le ba botse gore koloi yewe be le ya mohutamang le di registration number tša yone be
Ke a white Toyota Fortuner.
It is a white Toyota Fortuner, my lord.
okuyifortuna emhlophe ngombala imoto sakukaphinde imoto le ayihamba ngayo.
Registration Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
Registration F
Foxtrot Victor
V
47 Lima Romeo GP.
7
Lima Romeo GP. LR.
GP.
Inamba yayo kwaku VF47 LRGP.
It's FV, my lord.
As a good please, my lord. Reference will also be made to exhibit MM during the course of this witness evidence. Do you know if this vehicle was fitted with a tracking device?
Ya tseba gore koloi ye be loketswe tracker. Correct, I know.
Yebo ngiyazike ukuthi imoto leyo yayinayo i-tracker.
Just want to show you exhibit MM in brackets 2.
Ba re ba nyaka go le bontsha botlhatse ba MM.
If I can ask you to turn to page 32.
Ba kgopela gore le ye paging ya bo 32
of exhibit MM in brackets 2.
go bona botlhatse bo ba MM ka di ka mashakaneng 2. Yes, I am there.
Can you just identify this exhibit? What is it?
Nke le re botse gore ke eng botlhatse bo we.
Ke bontšha tsela ya koloi eo be ke reila sepetseng gona.
This is the route of the vehicle which I was driving, which we took on those days.
Khombisa ke umzilane noma umgwaqo esasihamba ngayo noma engangihamba ngayo ngale ya moto engangishayela ngale yalanga. Ubona ke lo exhibit MM.
There are various columns in exhibit MM2. Can you just place those, the particulars of those columns on record? If you look on page 1 of exhibit MM2.
Go na le mashaka a fapaneng gana mowe mo go MM2 ba kgopela gore lena le ba botsa gore mashaka uwe ka go latelana ga ona wona a reng.
On the first column, those letters in bold.
Go ya mathomo mowe mo go ngwetseng ka boso.
Engwetse 1 June 2020.
On top it is written 1 June 2020, my lord.
Ngaphezulu ke sina le value lana for 1 June 2020 lana phezulu.
Yes, just give those columns. The headings of those various columns.
La kaela mowe mo di ntlhakgolo tša mashakana uwe.
Itomaga registration.
First column, it's registration.
Eqaleni ke lapha yana elabhala khona inombolo noma registration emoto.
Yeah, you just place the registration on record.
Registration e wengele baleng.
Is Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
It's FV47 LRGP, my lord.
Yona ke le number FV47 LRGP.
Yes, the next column.
Bobby number, Rama Revichaga SAP number.
And there is a Bobby number, however we refer it as a SAP number.
Kuna number akabathi iBobby number kodwa thina ke mafuyise sibiza na njenge SAP number.
And what is that?
I ring yona.
Bravo Tango Lima 719 Bravo.
It's BTL 719B.
leya number ke u-BTL 719B nizobona ile yesibili ke uma usuka ngaku-left.
But what does that number represent? The
Yeah,
SAP number?
nomoro eo e.
Represent koloi ya rena.
It represent-
Re lo re be e šomišwa ke batho ba uniform.
It represents our vehicle if it was used by uniform personnel.
Ichaza ke imoto yethu uma kuwukuthi leyo moto leyo yayisetshenziswa yilabo abagqoka i-uniform noma impahla ke yamaphoyisa.
Yes, next column.
Ya boraro yona e ngwatsweng
Date and time.
date and time.
Usuku ke noma ilanga ke kanye nesikhathi.
Yes, next column.
Yengwe,
Status.
its status.
Nokuthi ke isimo semoto noma isimo sayo.
And what does status refer to?
Go status e bolela ka eng?
We bontšha gore koloi ya sepela or e eme or e timile or e ya idle.
It shows whether the vehicle is driving, idling, stationary, or it's on a motion.
Lana ke ichaza khona ke ukuthi imoto lena imile iyaduma ke iyahamba yini.
Yes, next column.
Speed.
Shows the speed.
Ibisitshengisa ke isivinini.
E bontšha speed se ke sepelang ka sona.
It shows the speed in which I was driving in.
Ikhombisa noma itshengisa ke isivinini engangihamba ngaso.
Yes, next column.
Column ye latelang.
Engwe tse odo.
Odo.
Nokuthi ke mileage yayo ke imoto noma ihambe kangakanani.
Yes.
Ga ke tsona odo e emetseng ka nomoro tša mafasa ke di kwešiše.
I do not know what does the Odo stands for because even the numbers that are shown there, I do not understand them.
Yes.
Ukuthi ke odo loyo umele nike angizwisisi ngoba ke nama number alawo ke angimalandeli.
Next column.
Ya go latela.
Location.
Shows location.
Bese ichaza ke indawo.
And location, what does it represent?
Sewe se bolela go reng sewe sa location.
E bontšha gore koloi eo ka tšatši la leuwe le ka nako eo be e sepela kae.
It shows where was the vehicle driving on the day and at the time.
Ichaza ukuthi imoto yayihamba kuphi ke ngalelo langa nangaleso sikhathi.
Yes. The next column.
Ya go latela.
Longitude.
It shows longitude.
O na le nomoro tsona ke tsona tla tlhaloša ke reng.
There are numbers as well and I do not know how to explain them.
Yes.
Nalaphayana ke ichaza ke kunama number akhona ukuthi asho ukuthini angikwazi.
Yes, next column.
Latitude.
The next one is latitude,
Le yona ke tsona nka tlhaloša gore ke reng.
which
Na le nomoro.
I also do not know how to explain it as it has numbers.
Bese kuba no latitude ke nayo inama number enawo ukuthi asho ukuthini ke noma ngawachaza kanjani nalokho angikwazi.
Yes, if I can then ask you to turn to page 32.
Ba re le go page e ya bo masometharo pedi.
What is the date?
Date
reflected
mo we
there?
e reng
19 June 2020.
19th of June 2020.
Bese siya ke kukhasi ke manje wamashumi nantathu anambili idate yakhona ke i-19 June 2020.
And just that very first entry, what time does that entry start?
Ya mathomo mo we go ngwadilwe ka nako mang?
2026 19
It says 2026 19
00 .14
00.14.1403.
Ilanga lo kungeyi-19 kaJune 2020 isikhathi ke imizuzu ke ewu-14 emuva ke ko-12 ebusuku.
Right, you testify that on the previous day, 18th of June. As per Exhibit MM.
lena le be le fane ka botlhatse ba letšatši le be le fetile la di 18 tša June go ya ka botlhatse bowe ba MM.
He took out the accused number 2 on investigation and came booking back on the 19th of June 2020 at 02:30.
Le rile lena le tšere molatofatšwa wa bobedi la mmuša mo e leng gore le be le ile mmotšiša dipotšišo gona ke mo e leng gore la mmuša go sasa ka masa ka di 19.
I don't need to.
That is correct, my lord.
Kuqiniseka ukuthi bengifakazile-ke ngasho ukuthi zingamkhipha-ke ngalo ilanga lange-18 ngase ngimbuyisa-ke kulanga elilandelayo ngentathakusake yange-19.
Do you remember in which street the police station is situated?
Le sa gopola gore police station yela e mo mmileng o mofeng? May I please get time to look?
It's fine, can you turn to page 33?
Barle go page 33.
Yes, 33.
Yes, I am at page 33, my lord.
Police station yela iri near Benfield, June Street, Pretoria North.
It shows that the police station is near Belfeld Street in Pretoria North.
Ikhombisana ngitshengisa-ke i-police station nanjenge-Near police station Pretoria North. Where do you see that?
Sorry.
Le bona kae?
Oh, page 33.
Yeah, we're on page 33.
Thoma mo moving speed 10.
And
It shows where it says speed from 10, my lord.
it's under location, my lord.
Under
Location.
Under location.
0,
It would be easier if I can ask you to turn to page 34, the next page.
Bare e tla ba bofefo re ba pele ka ya go page 34.
The third entry from the top. Can you just put those particulars on record?
Go tlogella godimo kwa nke le re balle mowe.
The,
ke thoma ka registration
it start with the date and, yeah, we'll start with the registration number.
Le ka thoma ka yona registration.
registration number ka bitsa ka botoka bjalo le gone kwišiša FV
I will
7 LRGP.
I will refer to it in simple terms. It's FV47 LRGP.
Ngizoqala ngayo kwi-registration eku-FV 47 LRGP.
Bobby number BTL 719B.
And Bobby number, it's BTL 719B.
Bese sibiza le number ke bathi i-Bobby number u-BTL 719B.
Nako letšatši le nako 2020 of 6/19.
The date and time, it's 2020 of 6/29.
02/24/20.
And the time, it's 02/24/20.
Bese kuthi ke i-date yilena ke lange-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi imizuzu ewu-24 emva ko-2 nama-seconds awu-20.
So on page 34, are you on page 34?
Yeah.
Le mo
Page 34, the third entry from the top.
Page 34 ya boraro go tlogella godimo.
Okay.
The time there,
Nako e reng?
2020 of 6/19 2:30.
It says
1:36.
2020 of 6/19 2:30.36, man.
I-date ke yi-19 zika-June 2020 isikhathi u-02:30:36 ama-seconds.
yes.
Status ignition off.
and the status it shows that the ignition was off.
Nokusho ukuthi imoto yayingadumi noma ayidumi.
Speed 0,
The speed is 0,
Speed u-0,
order 0,
odo is 0 as well.
moto u-0 futhi.
near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
And that was near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria North in Pretoria.
Chaza-ke la ukuthi kuseduze nase-Emily Hope House Avenue, e-Pretoria North.
Yes. The earlier question was, where is the police station situated?
Puchisho be ile gore police station yela yona e mo kae.
Imo gare ga ilo wa ga mara because ina le the entrance jeopardy.
It would be in between, my lord, because it has two entrances.
Kusho ukuthi i-police station ake izoba phakathi nendawo ke ngoba ke kuney'ndawo ey'mbili la ongena khona.
Emily Street le Benfell.
It's between Emily Street and Belfelion.
Phakathi ke kwale yitrata lezi ke i-Emily kanye nayo i-Benfell.
Yes. If I can ask you to refer to exhibit MM, page 70. Exhibit
Bare
MM.
gona go botlhatsi bo we ba MM page ya bo shupa.
It's already on record, but just put that on record again.
Bare SJ le gona lena le kae bala gape.
Which le rifle.
Which one are you referring
The
to?
one at 2:30.
Bare ye ya 2:30.
Okay. Friday 2026-19. Serial number 531.
Ithi ke ngolesihlanu ngeyi-19 zika-June 2020 serial number. Can you repeat serial number?
Serial number 531.
U-531 serial number.
Napo 2:30.
And the time it's 2:30
Isikhathi ke u-2:30.
Investigation back.
and the investigation back.
Buya ke kulona uphenyo.
Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit booked back one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018, Bongani Ntanzi. SAP 14 6406/20. SAP 14A.
Yes, thank yes.
Can
Thank you.
Can you just show me that? Let me to go back. Okay. Lana ke okubhaliwe ke ukuthi uyena uDetective Sergeant Mokhane ewayo ke iNational Cold Case Unit ubuyisa ke umuntu wesilisa oyedwa umsolwa wicala ke lokubulala la kwaNongoma ucase 16310 2018 ubongani Ntanzi igama.
And where did you come back from? Just put that on record again.
Lebe le boya le tswa
Where were you
kae?
returning from?
Lebe le boya le tswa kae?
Carltonville.
I remember we were coming from Carltonville, my lord.
Khumbula ukuthi uma sibuya ke sasibuya khona eCarltonville.
Yes, and can you just place the next entry
Nke le re balleng ya go
at
latela
0450?
ya 0450.
0450. Okay, yone ba la ka tsela e.
You can start on exhibit MM.
Le ka thoma go botlhatsi bo ba MM.
Okay. Serial number.
This one ends with 235, my lord.
Yes, after that one of 235. The next one.
Ba re ka mogara ga yela ya 235 ya o latela yona e reng.
It's entry 534.
Yeah, serial number 534. Nako 450.
The serial number is 534 and the time is 4:50.
Serial number ke lana u534 isikhathi ke u450.
Prisoner transferred.
And it shows the prisoner transferred.
Ukuthi ke usiboshwa ke sase sindluliswa.
Detective Sergeant Mohan of National Cold Case Unit with one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 6/2018.
ukuthi ke yena uDetective Sergeant Mokhane ebuyisa umsolwa oyedwa kumuntu wesilisa qala ke lokubulala kaNongoma
Bongani Ntanzi,
ubongani Ntanzi
cell 64/06/2020,
ucell 64/06/2020
SAP 14A 512666765.
okay SAP 14A can you repeat that please Sergeant SAP 14A
S 1266 765.
765
S 1266765.
okay S1266765 sorry for that
Yes.
Transferred to Fosolara's court without any injury or complaint. Correctly transferred Gasaina.
And after having correctly transferred, I signed.
wasendluliselwa ke eFoslora ke kungekho ke la akhala ngako noma ukulimala okukhona ngase ngiyasayinda ke emuva kwalokho
Can I then ask you to turn to the AVL Exhibit MM2, page 34?
Bar le gona ka mo go page 34 mo bentjere le gona. Yes, I am there, my lord.
The sixth entry there at the top in the middle of the page.
Bar ya botshela dimo go tloga paging ya mogare.
Can you just place that on record?
Ye ka godimo.
This one.
The one on top, my lord.
Yes. at-
Six,
Barry.
you're counting from the top, six down.
6, okay. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
Yes, keep coding with human.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
Yes.
Ke thome ka polo e gape gore ke no
Should I
thoma-
No, no, just the time. Is it correct? Is the same vehicle?
Bar nako ke yona koloi yele e bentse le
e
issue.
sa le yona.
Yes, it is the same vehicle, my lord.
sele ya moto eyodwa yebo
Yes. At 0502, just place those particulars on record.
Le ka bolela ka nako ka yana e we ya 0502.
Okay. E re 2026-19-0502 driving.
It shows 2020-06-19 0502 driving.
lana ke ichaza ilanga ukuthi i-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi imizuzu ewu-2 emuva ko-5 iyahamba
Nako 210.
And the time was 2:10.
Yes, just place the entire time on record.
Ilokeleng ka moka.
Or
Nako eo.
2 double
Awa nako.
nako. Okay, ke 2026-19-0502. Okay, sorry. 10
It's
10 10 double dot 10.
seconds. It's 2020-06-19 and the time there is 0:02 and 10 seconds.
chaza isikhathi ke ukuthi 2020 unyaka 19 zikaJune 502 namanijana nje ayishumi
Status driving.
And the status, it shows that the vehicle is driving
nokuthi imoto yayihamba
Speed 10.
driving at a speed of 10.
sivinini kwaku-10
Order 0.
The order is 0
odo kuno-0
Location near Belfeld Union Street, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
and it was driving near Belfeld Street in Pretoria.
And just for record,
futhi-ke nendawo eduze-ke ne-Benfield Street ePretoria North ePretoria
and just for record purposes, who was driving the vehicle?
Ke mang o be a reile
Understand.
koloi eo?
We drive again now.
It was driven by myself.
imina owayeshayela imoto leyo
And just for record purposes, just put the time when you arrive at the police station.
Nke le re botse ka nako e be le fitlha police station
The
ka
second
yona.
line there,
Mo
in the-
thaladi wa go latela wa bobedi.
just 4 lines above where you were reading.
Ya bone go tloga mo be le bala gona.
Okay. 1, 2. Hey, I give
E leng ya bobedi.
one.
Nke re be le bala ya botshela.
Yeah.
Napile ge le ya godimo.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Eh.
2020-06-19
It says 2020-0619.
okuyi-19 zikaJune 2020
nako 4.50.118
And the time was 4:50.18 seconds.
nokuthi-ke isikhathi-ke kwaku-450 nanenjana awu-80.
And the location?
Location ya gona e reng?
near General Divet Street, Pretoria,
And
North.
it is near General Divet Street in Pretoria North.
eduze-ke kwestrata i-General Devet ePretoria North ePretoria.
Just in terms of exhibit MM2, when you were driving off at 0502 on the 19th of June 2020, where were you headed to?
Ge be le reila le kgwetša ka 0502 moye ya botshelela lena le be le reila le yabe.
Maria Fosloras Court.
We were going to Fosloras Court.
Lana-ke ethi khona 0502 le ifundi weqala-ke uma sisuka-ke lapho sasihamba siya enkantolo eFosloras.
Yes, to do what?
Le be le yo diang.
Berisha Muswariwa Court.
We were taking the accused to court.
Yes, which accused?
Motshwari wa
Accused
Motse-
number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
Accused number 2 Bongani Ntanzi.
Asihambisa-ke umsolwa-ke ngalelo langa ngimisa enkantolo yena-ke umsolwa wesibili uBongani Ntanzi.
Can you just maybe focus on the location, put on record how you drove?
Ke le lebelleng mola mo location le re botše gore lena le kgweditše jwang.
Okay, Rila Ottawa Police Station, la tsepela ka Benfeld Street,
From-
Pretoria North.
From the police station, my lord, we used Benfenuyun Street, Pretoria North.
Masiphuma-ke khona-ke epolice station sahamba-ke sisebenzisa yona iBenfeld Street.
Ratsana ka Rachel de Beer Street, Pretoria North.
And we went into Rachel de Beer Street in Pretoria North.
Sangena-ke kulesi straat esibhalwe lana i-Rachel de Beer Street ePretoria North.
Ratsana ka M1 Road, Pretoria North.
From there, we went into M1 North, Pretoria North.
Sase singena-ke kulesi esilandelayo i-M1 ePretoria North.
La sepela ka yona M1 Road, Pretoria North, officially Richa Eskiam Pachel Drive, Mayville, Pretoria.
We proceeded with M1 Road, Pretoria North, until we took Eskia Mphahlele Drive.
Njere sepela ka Eskia,
Sase sihamba ngayo-ke i-M1 leyo-ke saze sayofica-ke eSkiya Mphahlele Drive eMayville ePretoria.
Century sepela ka Eskiam Pachel Drive, ratla ka Mountain View, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still using Eskia Mphahlele, we then took Mountain View in Pretoria.
Ma sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo sase sihlangana nayo-ke i-Mountain View ePretoria.
Ratsana ka Roseville, Pretoria Salmo Eskiam Pachel.
And we went into Roseville in Pretoria whilst we were still in Eskia Mphahlele.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo sase siyohlangana-ke ne-Roseville.
Rafita Capital Park, Pretoria sepela ka Eskiam Pachel gape.
We passed Capital Parks in Pretoria while still on Eskia Mphahlele.
Sisekuyona-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo sandlula-ke e-Capital Park.
Sale Eskiam Pachel Drive, Rafita gape Technicon Rent, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we also passed Technicon Road, Technicon Rank in Pretoria.
Sisahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele sase siyohlangana-ke ne-Technicon Rent ePretoria.
Mer Salmo Eskiam Pachel ratla to east ratla ka Pretoria West.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we then Eskia Mphahlele Drive East, we then went into Pretoria West.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele Drive e-East sayodlula-ke ePretoria West.
Refeta tsela Eskiam Pachel tsana ka Francis Bar Skogronte 648.J a ke bona nna ke in Pretoria.
And whilst the Eskia Mphahlele Road then took us into Franz Bard Street, Skogrond 6 showgrounds 6, 4, and I do not see what other numbers, but it was still in Pretoria.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-Eskiya Mphahlele leyo ePretoria West-ke sayohlangana nayo i-Francis Bar Street showgrounds angiboni ukuthi ibhalweni lapha kodwa kusesePretoria.
Napile ratsana ka Nanasita Street Skogronte 648J something Pretoria.
And we also used Nanasita Street Showgrounds, right in Pretoria as well.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayofika ke noma sayohlangana nenana Sita.
Mera Siplaka Sophie de Brain Street, Pretoria Central.
We also used Sophie de Brain Street in Pretoria Central.
Sayohlangana noma sahamba ke ngayo iSophie de Brain Street ePretoria maphakathi nedolobha.
Erfecha Rasipulaka de Kwa Road, Salvo Cop, Pretoria.
After that, we used Dekwa Road, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Saze sayohlangana ke noma sahamba ngayo iDekwa umgwaqo iDekwa eSalvokop ePretoria.
Mera Tarafita Gape, Kausili Jansmas Drive, Salvo Cop, Pretoria.
We also passed John Smart Drive, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Sayofika noma sayondlula ke kuyona iJohn Smart Drive eSalvokop khona ePitoli.
Mera Canada, Skuman Freeway, Salvo Cop, Pretoria.
We then went into Ben Skuman Freeway, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Saze siyohlangana ke noma siyongena ke kuyona ke iBen Schoeman Freeway eSalvokop ePitoli.
Sepela Gape ka Ben Skumane, go fihlela re tla Groenkloof 358 JR Pretoria.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman Freeway until we got to Grondkloof 358 JR in Pretoria.
Saze sihamba ngayo ke saze siyohlangana ke nayo iBen Schoeman sihamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana neGroenkloof 358 JR ePitoli.
Mera Sasipela ka Ben Skuman Gape, ra tla ka di Hoves Centurion.
Whilst we were still driving on Ben Skuman, we then went into the Hovers,
The Hoovers.
the Hoovers in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neDiwuvers eCenturion.
Salemo ka Ben Skuman Gape ra re Littleton 88 Centurion.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we went into Littleton in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLittleton eCenturion.
Rasipela ka yona gape ra kopana le Swartkop Centurion.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman until we met Swartkop in Centurion.
Sihamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman saze sayofika ke noma sayohlangana neZwartkop eCenturion.
Sasipela ka Ben Skuman Gape ra tla ka Brakfontein 399 Centurion.
While still using Ben Skuman Freeway, we then came across Brankfont 399 in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neBrakfontein 399 Centurion.
La tla gape ka yona Ben Skuman ra feta Low Ladia Centurion.
And whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also came across Lowladia in Centurion.
Sisahamba ngayo iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLowladia eCenturion.
Salmo Ben Skuman Gape ra feta Halfway Gardens Midrand.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also passed Halfway Gardens in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke leyo ke sayohlangana ke halfway ku N1 Freeway neHalfway Gardens eMidrand.
Omera sepela gape ra feta Waterfall 5 nakibo numero Midrand.
And we were still on Ben Skuman, and then we passed Waterfall 5, and I do not see that number, however it was in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayohlangana ke Waterfall or Waterfall khona ke eMidrand.
M1 Freeway Woodmead Sandton.
And it proceeded into M1 Freeway, Woodmead in Sandton.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayohlangana ke neWoodmead eSandton.
Misal M1 gape ra feta M1 Freeway Batlu.
Still on M1, we passed Batlu Freeway.
Sisahamba ngayo ke iM1 leyo sayofika ke iBatlu Sandton.
Ra feta Eastgate Sandton.
We passed Eastgate in Sandton.
Sayindlula iEastgate eSandton.
Misal M1 Freeway ra tla ka Wynberg Sandton.
While still on M1 Freeway, we passed Wynberg in Sandton.
Sekona ku M1 Freeway sayindlula eWynberg eSandton.
Ra latela ka Bramley Park Sandton.
Followed by Bramley Park in Sandton.
Kulandela ke iBramley Park eSandton.
Ra latela ka Safer Fontaine 51J something Johannesburg.
And we followed by Safer Fountain 51J, and the other number I do not see in Johannesburg.
Sase sahamba ngayo ku M1 lo sayofika ke eSaferfontein 51 eJohannesburg.
Salmo M1 freeway gape ra feta Houghton Estate.
Still on M1 freeway, my lord, we passed Houghton Estate.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 freeway sayofika ke Houghton Estate.
Mme ra feta Kilani M1 freeway gape.
And still on M1 freeway, we passed Kilani.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 sayofika ke eKilani.
Ra tla gape M1 freeway ra feta Parktown.
While still on M1 freeway, we passed Parktown.
Sisebona ku M1 freeway sayofika ke namasandula eParktown.
Parktown in Johannesburg.
Parktown, which is in Johannesburg,
eSegoli.
Ra tla gape freeway Johannesburg.
and proceeded still in that freeway in Johannesburg.
Qhubeka ngayo ke lo freeway lo eGoli.
Ya feta gape ya M1 freeway Selby.
And it proceeded to M1 freeway in Selby,
Yaqhubeka ke ngo-M1 freeway eSelby.
Ya latela ke Omonde 99 IR Johannesburg South.
followed by M1 freeway, Omonde 91 IR, Johannesburg South.
Landelwa ke yona ku M1 freeway Omonde 99 eJohannesburg.
Excuse me. Salomo M1 freeway gape ra feta Robert Sam Johannesburg South.
Whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Robert Sam, Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ke u-M1 freeway usandlula ke kuyona ke iRobert M Johannesburg South.
Ya tla gape ra latela ka Evans Park Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Evans Park in Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ku M1 lowo kasandlula ke Evans Park eJohannesburg South.
Ya change atsela gape N2 freeway Mondio Johannesburg South.
And now we went into the M12,
N12 freeway.
N12, November 12 freeway, Mondio in Johannesburg South.
Sasemanje ke sesingena ke kuyona ke u-N12 freeway eMondio eJohannesburg South.
Ra sepela ka yona ra feta N12 freeway Ireton Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the N12 freeway, we passed Aeroton, Johannesburg South.
Sisekena ke u-N12 freeway sandlula ke eErton Johannesburg South.
Sa feta gape N1 freeway Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we passed the N1 freeway, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sesindlula ke na ku N1 freeway eDeepkloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Ra tsena gape ka Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we used the old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sasesindlula ke kwendlela ke lomgwaqo ke abathi Old Potchefstroom Road eDeepkloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Sa sepela gape ya Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Soweto.
As we were still driving, my lord, it then went into Old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Sisahamba ke kuyona ke Old Potchefstroom Road umgwaqo lowo ke eDeepkloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Sa driver gape ra tsena ka Chris Hani Road Power Park Soweto.
Whilst we were still driving, we went into Chris Hani Road, Power Parks in Soweto.
Sahamba kanjalo ke sandlula ke kumgwaqo ke iKhrizani ePower Park eSoweto.
Elatelang er near Elias Motsoaledi Road Dlamini Soweto.
The following one, it then went into near Elias Motsoaledi Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Elandelayo ke kwabo ke umgwaqo ke iElias Motsoaledi eDlamini eSoweto.
Awulatela Chris Hani Road Dlamini Soweto.
It was followed by Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Olandelayo ke kwaba umgwaqo ke iKhrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Sepitsa ka yona o fitlhela Koma Street Dlamini Soweto.
We followed the Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto until we got to Koma Street in Dlamini in Soweto.
Sihambile ngayo ke eDlamini sawufika ke eKoma Street eDlamini eSoweto.
Apile ra sepela gape ra tla ka Makhalima Street Moroka.
Then we drove into Makhalima Street in Muroka.
Sihamba ngayo ke sasingena ke kumgwaqo noma ke strato ke iMakhalima eMuroka eSoweto.
Apile motoro wa Idler
From there, the motor vehicle was idling.
And which place is this?
E be ile mo kae?
Moroka Police Station.
It was now at Moroka Police Station, my lord.
Lapho-ke imoto nje yayiduma-ke namalokhu akabiza ukuthi-ke ayidla-ke ayidla eMoroka Police Station eSoweto.
And what time was the time of arrival?
E be ile nako mang ka be le fihla?
Ka no re fihlile ka 6:22 ka re tsena re emenyana ya Aitla.
I can say we arrived at 6:22 because we stopped upon our arrival and it kept on idling.
Ngizothi-ke isikhathi esafika ngaso-ke lesi sibhalwe laphayana-ke u-6:22 ngoba safika-ke sema khona-ke imoto yabe iduma-ke noma i-idla.
Can you once again just clarify for record purposes why you drove to Moroka Police Station?
Nke le re tlhalosetse gore e kgone go gatishwa gore go baneng le na le ile la ya Moroka Police Station.
Ka re ke le ka hlalosetsa gore ka no ka re tswa police station kwa ke kreela mogala go tswa go Brigadier Gininda.
As I've explained to court that as we were driving when we were leaving, I got a call from Mr. Gininda,
Bese ngishilo-ke ngaphambi
Brigadier Gininda.
chazela le nkantolo-ke ukuthi ngase ngisahamba-ke ngemoto leyo-ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya kuyena uBrigadier Gininda.
Gore pele re ya Fosolras Court re fete Moroka Police Station.
And instructed me that before going to First Flora's Court, we should firstly pass by Moroka Police Station.
Engitshela-ke ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngihambe ngiye enkantolo yase-Phosphorus kuzofanele ukuthi ngiyodlula-ke epolice station yase-Moroka.
Ba o kwelele motho wa ka tsia confession ya Ntanzi, accused number 2.
As he had found a person that would be able to take a confession from the accused number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
Esho-ke ukuthi wayesemtholileke umuntu owayezothatha-ke istatement noma la awayezothi khona-ke uBongani Ntanzi agonyuluke khona.
Can you just then go back to Exhibit MM2 after the last idle? What happened there? Under status?
Go bona botlhatsi bo we ka moraga idling ya mafelelo go diragetseng
Ka date ya 2026-19-0646 ka nako 0646.28 seconds ke ile ka tima motoro.
on the date of the 19th of June 2020 at 6:46:28 seconds. I then switched off the ignition.
Kwathi-ke ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi-ke 06:48:28 ama-seconds-ke ngase ngicisha-ke imoto.
And the location?
Lebe le kae?
Bele Makhalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
The location was in Makhalima Street in Moroka Police Station in Soweto.
Indawo-ke kwakuse kwistrata-ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Yes, then the next activity under that?
Napile ka moraga mo we e reng
Sal 26/19/08/12 06 startup Golea Duma.
on the same date of the 19th of June 2020 at 06:12:06. That's when
08.
08, my apologies, my lord. At 08:12, that's when the vehicle was ignited, it started up.
Sal
Ngazo-ke i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi-ke 08:12:06 ama-seconds ila engadumisa khona-ke imoto futhi.
Sal ka mogare ka police station ya Moroka.
And we were still at Moroka Police Station.
Sengaphakathi-ke kuyona i-police station yase-Moroka.
Be ke no be ke tswaletse space sa motho ke phakile space sa motho a berekang mola be ke shootisha koloi.
And I was moving the vehicle as I had blocked someone's space, someone that worked at Moroka Police Station.
Ngangisusa-ke imoto ngoba kwawukuthi-ke ngangivaleleke noma ngisendaweni-ke yomuntu osebenza khona lapho eMoroka.
O mersalona mo ya idla gape.
Whilst we were still there, it idled again.
Sisekhona lapho-ke imoto yayisaduma-ke futhi.
Ka lona letsatsi lewe ka 8:35 ka tima motoro.
On the same day at 8:35, I switched off the vehicle.
Yeah. Na ngayo ke u-8:35 ngaphinda futhi ke imoto ngayicisha.
Sala ka mogala
The
ka-
AVL, sorry, the AVL shows that the vehicle was idling from 8:21 until 8:31. Do you remember what the reason was?
E bontsha mo uwe gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 8:21 go fitlhella ka 8:31 le a tseba gore lebaka e be e leng.
Eh,
Yes, I still remember.
Mshutshisi uthi ke kuyabonakala ke lana ukuthi imoto yayiduma ke kusuka ngalesi sikhathi lesi u-8:21 8:26 kwaze kwayoshaya ke u-8:31 uthi yebo ngiyasazi isizathu ukuthi kwakuyini.
ka re ba go tonya be ke shumisha hitara.
As it was cold, I was using the heater, my lord.
Nanjengoba ke kwakubanda ke noma kwakunamakhaza ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngangilayite i-heater.
Yes, the next activity after ignition off.
Napile ka moraga gore ignition e timiwe gwa diragala eng.
Ya ke ile ka starta gape ka 10:08.
I ignited the vehicle again at 10:08.
Kwathi ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngo-10:08 ngadumisa imoto futhi.
Sala ka mogala ka police station gape.
And I was still at the police station,
Ngangisengaphakathi ke kuyona i-police station.
Ka tloga ganyane
and then it
Yeah.
moves
ka 10:13.
at 10:13.
And what was the reason?
Yase isuka ke
Lebaka e be e leng?
10:13, sorry.
Re šetše re lokišetša go tloga
We were now
kwa Moroka re ya Vosloorus.
preparing to drive from Moroka to Vosloorus.
Sase silungisela ke ukuhamba khona ke eMoroka siya eVosloorus.
Yes.
Ome ka reela ganyane a idla gape.
I drove just a little bit as it was still dry idling.
Hamba ke kancane nje nanjengoba yayisaduma ke.
Yes, it shows that the vehicle was idling from 10:14:48 until 10:44:30. What was the reason?
E bontsha gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 10:14:48 go fitlhella ka 10:44 lebaka e be e leng.
Be re sa lokiša ona re tlo sepela bjang mo tseleng.
We-
Lana ke kuyabonakala ke ukuthi imoto leyana ke yayiduma ke ngayo u-10:14 kusuka ngayo u-10:14 lana kwaze kwashaya u-10:39 ne? Okay, go over.
And
Listen, boss.
we were still preparing to how are we going to get to Vosloorus.
Sase lungiselela ke ukuthi sayofika kanjani ke khona eVosloorus.
Ome ya idla gape.
And it was idling again.
Yes, after the last idle, what was the next activity?
Ka moraga gore e duma gona mauwe go diragetseng.
Ile ya tima gape.
The ignition was turned off.
The time?
Yayisaduma ke khona lapha ke kuyena u-10:44 emuva kwalokho ngase ngiyicisha ke
Nako e be e reng.
10:46.
10:46 was the time, my lord.
isikhathi ke kwaku-10:46
Yes, in seconds.
Metsotswana
10:46.56.
10:46 and 56 seconds.
ama-seconds ke ayu-56
Yes, next activity.
Napile ka moraga mauwe go diragala eng.
Sa lona tšatši la re 2026 19/11:42.
It was on the same day of the 19th of June 2020.
Starta pa gape. Sa la moraga police station.
And at 11:42, that is when I ignited the vehicle once more.
ngalo lelo langa-ke langeyi-19 zikajune 2020 isikhathi ke u-11:42 ngayidumisa futhi ke imoto
Ome ka lona tšatši leo gape 11:42.09 seconds. Sorry, 11. Yeah, ignition off. Sa la moraga police station.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020, at 11:42 and 9 seconds, the ignition went off.
ngalo-ke lelo langa lelo-ke langeyi-19 zikajune 2020 isikhathi ke u-11:42:09 la ngaye sengi-switcha off khona noma ngicisha khona-ke imoto
Ome lona le tšatši leo gape 2020/06/19 11:59:00.
And on that same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020, at 11:59:00 seconds,
Ka starta gape koloi, Isalomaro police station, ya Moroka.
I ignited the vehicle whilst we were still at the at Moroka police station.
Ngalelo langa lelo kalanga 19 ka June 2020 umzuzu nje owodwa ngaphambi kwayo ishumi nambili ila engayidumisa khona ke imoto ngangisengaphakathi ke kuyona i-police station yase Moroka.
Gomme ka 2020 0619 12 o'clock 15 seconds ka starta go driver.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 15 seconds I started driving.
Yes.
Ngalelo langa langa 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke bakuse u12 ke manje ngaqala ke ukuhamba.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka belingi.
Re feditse ka Ntanzi o dira confession re ya court Vosloorus.
We were done with Ntanzi as he had made a confession and we were now going to Vosloorus.
Sase siqedile ke ngaye uNtanzi ke la awaye egonyulo kakhona ke sase manje sesundlulela khona ke eVosloorus.
Yes, can you indicate the route that you traveled?
Ngele re tlhalosetse ge ditsela tse leng gore lena le sepetse ka tsona.
Ke Isalwana le tšatši leo nka se ba le dinako ke tla no bala gore re tsamaile kae.
On the same day I will not mention the times, however I will mention the route which we took.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke angeke ngibesa ichaza.
Now you must mention the time if it's there.
Oh, okay.
Ba re le bolele gore nako e be e reng.
Okay.
Kanti lithi ke akachazeke isikhathi engayiswela ukuthi asichaze isikhathi bezochaza nje umzila ke kodwa inkantolo ngicela ukuthi akachaze isikhathi uma ngabe ukuthi sikhona lapha.
Alright ka 2026 19 12 00.15 driving Nyakoma Street Moroka Soweto.
On the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 and 15 seconds I was driving near Koma Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Lana ke ngalelo langa langa 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke u12 ngihamba ke kwestrato iKoma eMoroka.
2026 19 12:01 05 seconds driving near Chris Hani Dlamini.
And on that same day at 12:01 and 5 seconds, my lord, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke noma 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi u12:01 ngihamba ke umgwaqo ke eDlamini eSoweto.
Umersale sa tsamaka Chris Hani Road Dlamini. Ratlaka nearly 12:03 Ratla Chris Hani Road Klipspruit.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:03 and 5 seconds near Chris Hani Road in Klipspruit.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke langa 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke u12:03 sihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke iKrizani eKlipspruit eSoweto.
And there's an activity, the status.
Mo we go na le mo eleng gore e bontsha gore go diragetseng.
Hash braking.
It shows hash braking.
Do you remember the reason?
Le sa gopola lebaka? I do not remember what was the problem at that time.
Lana ke ukhuluma ke ngendlela ke noma ke lokho kubhaliwe la ukuthi ke hash braking ke noma indlela ke yobreaka nje angisasikhumbula izathu ke noma kwakuyini eyenzeka.
Salona Chapter 2026-19, got a 19-1208, driving near Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof 319 IQ, Soweto.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 5 seconds, I was driving near Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 u12:08 isikhathi ngihamba ke hamba kona ke umgwaqo ke iOld Potchefstroom eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Salona Church gape 2026-19 ka nako 12:08 35 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Deep Kloof 319 Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 35 seconds, we then joined the N12 Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 isikhathi ke u12:08:35 ngihamba noma ngishayela ke u-N12 freeway eDeep Kloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Recipe ka yona N12 freeway yo ka lona letsatsi le go fitlha ka 12:10 15 seconds.
We proceeded on the same day using the N12 freeway until 12:09 and 12:10 and 15 seconds.
Sihambile-ke ngalo langa saze sayofika kwaze bayoshaya isikhathi u-12:10 nama-seconds awu-15 sihamba kuyona-ke lo mgwaqo.
Recipe ka N12 freeway Ayrton.
And we were using the N12 freeway in Arroton.
Sasihamba ngayo-ke u-N12 freeway e-Everton.
Sa lona letsatsi lo gape 12:10 58 seconds ra tsena ka ra feta Swartcourt Street Ridgeway Johannesburg.
And on the same day at 12:10 and 58 seconds, we passed Swartcourt Street in Ridgeway in Johannesburg.
Ngazo i-19 lezo zika-June 2020 u-12:10 u-58 seconds sayodlula-ke kwistrada abathi yi-Swartcourt e-Ridgeway e-Johannesburg South.
Sa lona mo we gape 2020 0619 2011 go fitla ka 2020 619 12:11 13 seconds. Recipe ka N12 freeway go fitla ka 2026 19 12 58 santsana le tsama ka N12 freeway Ridgeway Winchester.
And we proceeded with N12 freeway from 12:11:13 until 12:12:58, where we got into Glen Eagles in Johannesburg South.
Sihambile-ke lana saze sayofika-ke i-Ridgeway lena ukusuka ngaso isikhathi-ke u-12:11:13 kwaze bayoshaya-ke isikhathi lesa esiwu-12:12:58 sihamba ngayo kwe-N12 leyana u-N12 freeway ibhaleke i-Glen Eagles.
O mena sa sepela ka lona letsatsi lo gape ka nako 12:14 00 seconds ra sepela ka N12 freeway Basonia.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:14 and 00 seconds, we drove into N12 freeway in Basonia.
Sisa ngalelo langa lelo-ke isikhathi-ke u-12:14 ama-seconds awekho-ke u-00 ngayo N12 freeway eBasonia.
Go tloga ka lona letsatsi le 12:14 18 seconds go fitla ka 12:16 31 seconds where sepela ka N12 freeway Albertine Southcrest Albertine.
And my lord, from 12:14 and 18 seconds on that same day, we were driving in N12 freeway in Alberton until we got to 12:16:31.
Ngalelo langa lelo-ke lazo i-19 zika-June 2020 ngayo u-12:14:18 kwaze bayofika-ke ngayo u-12:16:31 sihamba ngayo umgwaqo leyana u-N12 freeway e-Albertine kwaze sayofika-ke N12 freeway Southcrest.
Sa le gona mo gape ka 12:16:31 seconds ra tla ka no. Okay, got in 2026 19 12:18 00 seconds and then Ratlaka N3
And
Fontaine 108 Jimiston.
on the same day at 12:18 and 00 seconds, we then drove into N3 freeway in Elandsfontein.
12:18:10.
Yes.
Okay. Ngazo i-19 zika-June 2020 ngayo isikhathi-ke u-12:18:10 sihamba ngayo u-N3 freeway e-Elandsfontein 108 eGermiston.
Then Salwana Moljachlevo 2026 19 12 19 11 seconds. Rasplaga N3 freeway Albemarle Jimiston.
And on that same day at 12:19 and 11 seconds, we were driving in N3 Freeway, Albamam in Germiston.
Ngalo lelo langa-ke lange-19 June 2020, 12:19 ama-seconds awu-11 sihamba ku-N3 Freeway e-Albemarle eGermiston.
Albamari.
Albamari, sorry about that.
I apologize, my lord, it's Albamari.
Albemarle-ke ngiyaxolisela lokho.
Umersalo namo wake at 12:19, 42 seconds, near N3 Freeway for Reverse Park, Albertine.
And on that same day, my lord, at 12:19 and 42 seconds, we were driving in Fairworth Park in Albertine. Fairworth Park.
Sorry. Ngalo lelo langa-ke lange-19 June 2020, 12:19:42 sasihamba-ke ku-N3 Freeway eFairworth Park, Albertine.
Salo namo gape ka lona letšatši le go tloga ka 12:20:33 go fihla ka 12 e sa le 19 gape 12:21:25 seconds re feta road N3 Freeway road e Kop Germiston.
And my lord, on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:20 and 33 seconds, we joined N3 Freeway in Radio Cop in Germiston up to 12:35. 12:21 up to 12:21 and 25 seconds, and we were still in N3 Freeway in Radio Cop in Germiston.
Ngazo-ke i-19 June 2020 kusuka ngayo-ke u-12:20:33 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-12:21:25 sasihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo lwa u-N3 Freeway i-Rode Kop 139 eGermiston.
Salona letšatši lo gape ka nako ya 12:23:55 seconds re sepela ka yona tsela eo near Berry Mares Road Freddy Boss go fihla ka 12:24:15 seconds.
And on the same day from 12:23 and 55 seconds, we were now driving in Berry Marais Road in Freddy Boss in Boksburg until 12:24 and 15 seconds still on the same road.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke kusuka ngayo-ke ku-12:23:55 kwaze kwayoshaya-ke 12:24:05 u-12:24:05 sasihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo-ke abathi yi-Berry Marais eFrede Boss eBoksburg.
Umera sepela gape sana letšatši le 20:25:45 seconds re tsena ka Bierman Road Vosloorus extension 29.
And on the same day at 12:25 and 45 seconds, we joined Biermar Road in Vosloorus extension 29.
Ngalo lelo langa-ke ngo-12:25:45 sasesingena-ke eBierman Road umgwaqo-ke iBierman eVosloorus extension 29 eVosloorus.
Bierman Road Vosloorus ke mo court le gaufi le police station.
And Bierman Road, it's at court near the police station, my lord, in Vosloorus.
Umgwaqo-ke iBierman police station iseduze kwecourt eVosloorus.
Umeka lona letšatši le 12:26:16 seconds ka tima koloi.
And on that same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:26 and 16 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke isikhathi-ke u-12:36 ama-seconds awu-16 la ngacisha khona-ke imoto.
And where were you at that stage?
Lebelele kae kana nako eo?
Re le mo gating ya court.
We were at the court gate.
Ngaleso sikhathi-ke sasise-gate-ini-ke noma esangweni-ke lasenkantolo.
Umeka 13:26:02 ka starta koloi gape.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 13:26 and 2 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
Ngalo langa lelo-ke lange-19 June 2020 isikhathi-ke u-13:26 ama-seconds awu-2-ke ngadumisa imoto futhi.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka be e leng?
Be ke shootela truck ya dibotsho.
I was moving for a truck that was bringing prisoners.
Ngangisukela ke itraka eyayilethe iboshwa.
Umeka Chatlo 1327 gape ka tima koloi.
And on the same day at 13:27 and 19 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke ngaye u13:27 ama seconds awu19 ngacisha imoto 40.
Then ka tsena ka court.
And I went in court.
Ngapungena enkantolo.
Ekfeditse sona letšatši leo gape ka 14:04:08 seconds.
And when I was finished on the same day at 14:04 and 8 seconds,
Ngathuma sengiqedile ke ngalelo langa 14:04 ama seconds awu80.
Ka starta koloi gape sale ka mogare ga jarata ya tronko e re jarata ya court.
I ignited the vehicle once more whilst we were still in the courtyard.
Ngadumisa imoto futhi ke sise ngaphakathi kona ke amagceke asenkantolo.
Yes.
Sale gona mo gape 14:06 ke sepela near entry freeway for Sloras.
And on the same day at 14:06 and 35 seconds, I joined the N3 freeway in Vosloorus.
Yeah,
Kwase
just,
kuthi ke ngayo ke 14:06:35 ngase ngihlangana ke noma umgwaqo ke u-entry freeway eVosloorus.
but just before you proceed, when you switch off the ignition for the first time at 12:26:16, what happened?
Rene-
What happened to the accused?
Rene le tima koloi ka 13:26. Go diragetseng ka 12:26.
Re mo tsentšhitše di court cells.
We put him into the court cells.
Uma ngicisha ke imoto ngalesi sikhathi ke siu-12:26 umsolwa ke nake sangenisa ke kuma-cell asenkantolo.
Yes, and then what happened to him?
Napile gwa diragala eng ka yena?
O ile a tsena court.
He went into court.
Wangena enkantolo.
No, azange a tsene court. O tsene mo di-selling holding cells.
My apologies, my lord. He went into the court holding cells.
Ngiyaxolisaka kangenanga enkantolo kodwa wase eyogcinwa ke kuma-holding cells ke akhona lapho enkantolo.
Yes, the outcome thereof is on then Exhibit MM. Can you just put that on record?
Napile katlholo ile ya ba gona a shibo
The
botlhatsi
register,
bona
the self.
lena mo registereng mo go ngwadilwe eng
Can I help you?
le reng ba le thuse.
The normal. It's UU1.
Ke botlhatsi ba UU1.
Okay, ke ile go tswa ke ile go mmea kwa di-holding cells ka go bona motšhotšhisi.
After placing him at the holding cells, I went to see the prosecutor.
Ngathi uma sengimshiyile ke kuma-cell alapho ke ngahamba ngayobona umshushisi.
Omme molato azange ba o enrolla mo court roll.
And the matter was not enrolled on the court roll.
Nokuthi ke icala lelo ke lalingekho kuhla lamacala ke asenkantolo ngalelo langa lelo.
Yes. Then what happened to the accused?
Napile molatofatšwa gwa diragala eng ka yena.
Re ra mtšea ra sepela le yena.
We took him and left with him.
Sase simthatha ke yena ke msolwa sihamba naye.
Yes, thank you. You were on the N3 freeway
Lebelele mo
First
tseleng ya
Lawrence.
N3
at 14:06:35.
ka 14:06:45 55.
Re pele re tloga kwa court Sergeant Mabena o ile a lemoga gore o tlogetše dikhia tša gage le dikhia tša koloi le memory stick kwa Moroka.
When we
police
left
station.
the court, Sergeant Mabena noticed that he left his memory stick and his keys at Moroka police station.
Sathi ke uma siphuma ke lapho noma sesihamba ke lapho wase ebona ke yena ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi wakhohlwa ikhiya zakhe kanye nayo ke memory stick yakhe epolice station yaseMoroka.
o me re re boela morago botse ne tshwantse re ile Phukeng le ra ba re feta re driver re boela back Moroka police station.
And when returning back, we were supposed to went to Phukeng. However, we drove back to Moroka police station.
Kwakufanele ukuthi ke sihamba ke siya ePhukeng kodwa saphoqeleka ke ukuthi ke asiqaleke eMoroka noma sibuyele khona eMoroka.
O me re go tloga Vosloorus court ra ba re tsena ka driver ka N3 freeway Vosloorus
And
ka
when
14:06 55 seconds.
And when we left the Vosloorus court, my lord, we drove into N3 freeway in Vosloorus at 14:06 and 55 seconds.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo1465 ama seconds ke awu55 uma siphuma khona ke enkantolo eVosloorus sasihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke iN3 freeway eVosloorus.
Sala gona mo gape ka same day 14:07:35 ra feta gape N3 freeway the Boksburg.
And on the same day at 14:07 and 35 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway Vredebosch in Boksburg.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke u14:07:35 sahamba ngayo ku N3 freeway sadlula ke eVredebosch eBoksburg.
Sala gona mo gape kana tšatši leo ka 14:09:12 seconds ra feta freeway road e Kop 139 Germiston.
And on the same day at 14:09 and 12 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway in Rodikop, the 139 in Germiston.
Kwase kuthi ngalo lelo langa ke 1906-2020 u14:09 isikhathi ama seconds awu12 ku-N3 freeway sadlula ke Rodikop 139 eGermiston.
Fitlela gape kana tšatši leo 14:10:40 seconds ra ba re fetša freeway road e Kop ka 14:11 tšatši leo ra ba re joina Heidelberg road e Kop.
And on the same day at 14:10 and 40 seconds, that is when we were completing the N3 freeway Rodikop, and we were then at 14:11 and 10 seconds joining the Heidelberg road.
Kwase kuthi ngaseke ngesikhathi ke esu14:10 ama seconds awu40 ila esiqedelela khona ke lo mgwaqo lo N3 freeway kwathi ngo14:11:10 sabe sesikhumana ke noma sesihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke iHeidelberg Rodikop Germiston.
Go fitlela kana tšatši leo ka 14:14:10 seconds ra ba re tšwa Heidelberg road ka 14:17 re tsena ka Ring Road East New Market.
And on the same day at 14:14 and 10 seconds, that is when we were off ramping at Heidelberg Road in Ilatsfontein, and at 14:17:05, we then joined the Ring Road East in New Market, Parks in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo ke u14:14 ila esesimanje sesiphuma khona noma siqeda khona ke uhamba ngayo umgwaqo iHeidelberg. Kwase kuthi ngo14:17 singena ke kumgwaqo iRing Road East eNew Market Park eAlberton.
Re sepetse ka yona Ring Road East New Market Alberton o fitlela ka lona le tšatši la 2026 19/15/26 ke ge re tlo joina ka 15:27 re tlo joina Helston Street New Red Roof Alberton.
And we proceeded on that same road, my lord, and at 15:27, that is when we joined New Road West in New Redhurst in Alberton.
If I can take you back, I'm sorry.
Sihambile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo lo kwaze kwayoshaya ke u15:27:40.
Yes.
15:27:40 ila esesihlangana khona ke nomgwaqo ke iRing Road West eNew Red Road eAlberton.
At 14:20:35 seconds, it shows that the ignition is off near Ring Road East, New Market, Alberton. Can you remember what the reason was?
Ka 14:20 le metsotswana e 35 go bontsha gore koloi ile ya tima mo Ring Road East le sa gopla gore le bakabeleng.
Ngo14:20 ke kuyatshengisa ke la ukuthi imoto ke yayicishiwe ke eRing Road. Usakhumbula ukuthi isizathu kwakuyini?
If go gopola botse re eme sa morara ka metsi if ke sa gopola botse.
If my memory serves me well, we stopped somewhere and bought water.
Uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle ke khona la esemakhona ke sathenga amanzi.
Napile ka 1436 ra starta go le ra samaya gape.
And at 14:36 and 59 seconds, we started the vehicle and drove off.
Ngokuthi ke ngo1436 ke ila esadumisa khona ke imoto sase sehamba futhi.
Yes, at which place did you buy water?
Ke kae tulong yewe e le rekileng metsi go yona?
I mean, is it a retailer? Is it a garage?
Ke eng ke lebenkele
Convenience
goba
store? Or
ke
do you
garage
remember
goba
what
ke
type
eng
of place that was?
e be le tulo e jwa?
Ukuthi indawo enjani ke la enathenga khona ke amanzi kwakuyistolo kwakuse garage kwakuphi nendawo nje.
Gola botse ke ka molong a ke sa gopola re tsene Pick n Pay or kae mara ke mogare ga mall ya ra ema garage.
We went into a mall. I do not know which store exactly, whether was it Pick n Pay or which store, but we did not stop at a garage.
Asange simeke egarage uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle ke ila khona ke ekunenqanathela yezitolo angisakhumbula noma ukuthi sangena ePick n Pay noma kuphi nendawo.
And for whom were these purchases?
Le be le rekela mang?
Be rekela nna le mapena le ntanzi.
I was buying for myself, Mabena and Ntanzi.
Ngangithengela mina uMabhena kanye futhi noNtanzi.
Do you remember what you bought for accused, Mr.
Le sa
Ntanzi?
gopola gore yena Ntanzi le mo reketseng.
Mo reketse metsi le di Simba chips.
We bought water and Simba chips for him.
Usakhumbula ukuthi uNtanzi yena wamthengelani amthengela kamanzi kanye namasimba chips.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
Re le ra reila gape ra sepela.
We drove off.
Yeah, it shows that between 1442 and 1457 the car was idling.
E bontsha gore go tlogela ka 1442 go fitlhella ka 1457 koloi e bentse e duma.
Njengisake la ukuthi ngayo u1442 kwaze kwaba u1457 imoto yayiduma.
In fact, up until 1522,
Botse e bontsha go fitlhella ka 1522.
Kodwa uma ubheka ke njengisake nomkhombisa ukuthi yayiduma ke kwaze kwayoshaya u1522.
Be re feta re ema di roboto ke mo di robotong.
This is where we were passing the robots and this is where we stopped.
Ila esasifika khona ke kuma robot bese siyama khona.
Umersa lo gona mo gape 2026 19 15 25 55 where driver ka yona King Ring Road East New Market Albertine.
And on the same day at 15:25 and 55 seconds, we were driving in Ring Road East New Market Park in Alberton.
Kuthi ke ngazo i19 lezo zika June 2020 isikhathi 15:25 55 kona ke umgwaqo iRing Road East New Market Park eAlbertine sasihamba ngawo.
O fitlela ka 15:27 30 seconds ra tsena ka Helston Street Red Roof.
And at 15:27 and 30 seconds, we went into Helston Street in New Road in Alberton.
Kwaze kwayofika ke ngayo u15:27 nama seconds awu30 singena kusona ke istrada eHelston eNew Red Road eAlbertine.
Omega la tšatši le 15:27 40 seconds. Ra tsena e sa le yona Ring Road West New Red Road.
And at 15:27 and 40 seconds, we were still at Ring Road West in New Red Road in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke u15:27 nama seconds awu40 samba ngayo ke samba ngayo Ring Road West eNew Red Road eAlbertine.
Mela tšatši le 15:29 55 seconds. Ra tsena ka Fort Reke Road New Red Road Albertine o fihla ka 15:30 5 seconds.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 16th of the 19th of June in 2020, we went into Voortrekker Road, New Red Road in Alberton at 15:29 29 and 55 seconds.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke lange 19th ka June 2020 ngayo ke u15:29:55 zishaya ke u15:30:05 sahamba ngayo ke iFortrekker khona ke eNew Red Road eAlberton.
Lona letšatši leo gape ka 15:30:20 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Albertine.
On the same day, at 15:30 and 20 seconds, we joined the N12 freeway in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo u15:30 ama seconds awu 20 sase sikhumana ke nomgwaqo iN12 freeway eAlberton.
Fihlela ka 15:31:39 seconds re fetša go tšwa mo freeway N12 re Albertine ra joina N12 freeway Basonia ka 15:34:02 seconds.
And we were on the N12 freeway in Alberton until 15:31 and 39 seconds. That is when at 34 and 2 seconds we joined N12 freeway Basonia in Johannesburg South.
Kwaze kwashaya ke u15:31 sihamba ngayo ke iN12 freeway eAlberton kwaze kwayo u15:34 nama seconds awu 2 uma sesikhumana ke nomgwaqo iN12 freeway eBasonia.
Ume o tloga ka 15:35:00 seconds o fitla ka 15:35:45 seconds be re sa le mo ra joina ra feta N12 freeway Glen Eagles and N12 freeway Cederdorp Johannesburg South.
And at 15:35 and 00 seconds, we were in N12 freeway in Glen Eagles, Johannesburg, until 15:35 and 45 seconds, where we joined Said Road in Johannesburg South on the same freeway N12.
Asasihamba lapho ke kwaze phakathi kwa 15:35 15:35:00 no 15:35 la sasikhona ke ku-N12 freeway eGlen Eagles kwase kuthi ngo-15:35:45 sihamba kuyona ke u-N12 freeway eSadelport eJohannesburg South.
Salona the 19th of June 2020 ka 15:36:10 seconds ra be re tsena N12 freeway Winchester Hills Johannesburg South.
On the same aforementioned date at 15:36 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now driving at N12 freeway Winchester Hill Johannesburg South.
Ngalo lelo langa ngo-15:36:10 sase singena ke ku-N12 freeway eWinchester Hills Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona salona letšatši le la 2026-19 o fitlhela ka 15:37:25 seconds re tlogela N12 freeway Ridgeway re tsena ka 15:38 N12 freeway Arlington.
We used the same road, my lord, up until at 15:37 and 25 seconds. That is when we left Ridgeway and joined Arlington.
Sambile ke ngalo mgwaqo leyo ke kwase ufika ngo-15:37:25 ila eseshiya khona ke leyo mgwaqo leyo ke iN12 freeway eRidgeway kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:38 sayojoyina ke iN12 freeway eArlington.
Ka 15:39:55 seconds ra rejoina Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
At 15:39 and 55 seconds on the same day, we then joined the Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:39:55 sase siyokhumana ke nomgwaqo iOld Potchefstroom eDeep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona tsela ya go fitlhela ka 15:41:00 seconds.
We used the same road, my lord, until 15:41 and 00 seconds.
Sambile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo leyo kwaze kwayoba ngo-15:41 nama seconds ke u-00.
And then 15:41 ke re tsena re sa lwana mo near Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof Soweto.
And at 15:41 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now at Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Kwase kuthi ngo-1541 nama-seconds awu-10-ke la sesiyongena khona-ke noma sihlangana-ke nomgwaqo-ke i-Old Potchefstroom at Diepkloof 319 IQ Soweto.
1543, 15 seconds, Werefeta, Old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof, Zone 6.
At 15:43 and 15 seconds, that is when we were passing the Old Potchefstroom Road in Diepkloof, Zone 6 in Diepkloof.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngo-1543 ama-seconds awu-14 esidlula khona-ke e-Old Potchefstroom Road e-Diepkloof Zone 6.
Go fitlela re sa spela ka yona Old Potch Road, Diepkloof, Zone 6, o fitlela ka 1603, 15 seconds.
And we were driving on the same road of Old Potchefstroom Road in Diepkloof Zone 6 until 15:03 and 15 seconds.
1603.
Yes.
Okay. Sihambile kangayo lo mgwaqo loyo kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-1603. Sihamba ngawo ngomgwaqo loyo u-Old Potchefstroom Road at Diepkloof Zone 6.
Go fitlela ka 1608 re tlo joina Chris Hani Road, Klipspruit.
Until 15:06. 1608, my lord, when we joined Chris Hani Klipspruit.
Kwaze kwashaya-ke u-1608 uma sesihlangana-ke noma sesifumanaka nomgwaqo i-Frezani e-Klipspruit 318 eSoweto.
Omega 1613, 15 seconds, o fitla 1614, 55 seconds, where sepela ka Chris Hani Road, Dlamini.
And from 16:13 and 15 seconds, we were driving in Chris Hani Road in Dlamini.
Ngaso-ke leso sikhathi leso phakathi kwaso u-1613 u-1614 isikhathi sihamba ngaso-ke lowo mgwaqo loyo-ke i-Frezani eDlamini eSoweto.
Omega salona letsatsi leo gape 1616, 05 seconds, where sepela near Boma Street, Dlamini, Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June at 16:16 and 05, we were driving at Koma Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Naye-ke u-161605 sasikwistrada-ke iKoma eDlamini eSoweto.
And then ka letsatsi leo 1616, 53 seconds, ke tsena ka jarata ya Kalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
And on the same day at 16:16 and 53 seconds, that is when I went into the yard of Moroka Police Station in Kalima Street.
Katima Koloi.
Kwasekuthi-ke ngo-1616 53 yila engena khona kumadekeke e-police station emakhalima street eMoroka naseNtishimoto.
And I turned off the ignition of the vehicle.
Sergeant Mabena fologa a ilonya kana le motho na le mo officing a shileng dikiatara le memory stick.
And Sergeant Maibena went out of the vehicle to go and look for that particular person who was in the office where he left his keys and the memory card.
Waseke ehlake emotweni.
Memory stick.
Ehlake emotweni uSergeant Mabena eyobheka-ke umuntu wayeke ku-office lelo awashiya kulona-ke ikhiya kanye nayo-ke i-memory stick.
A ke tsore na o kgonne go mo fumana bjang ka ruri le go boa a re o re wa tla motho o re me emele o sa le go jana.
I do not know how was he able to get hold of that person, because when he came back, he said that person had asked that we should wait for him as they were still far.
Angazi-ke ukuthi-ke wamthola kanjani-ke loyo muntu loyo, kodwa-ke wase ecela-ke ukuthi asimlindeke ngoba-ke loyo muntu leyo wayesekude noma
Yes.
besekude.
The fact of the matter is that you had to wait, is that correct?
Lilela fela jaliye.
Well, what Sergeant Mabena
Correct.
said is hearsay, so you had to wait, yes?
Ka gore beele la botlhano batho ba tšhaišitše.
Yes, it was on Friday and people had knocked off.
Kwadingeka-ke ukuthi silinde lapho-ke ngoba-ke kwakuwolesihlanu abantu babesebemuleke emsebenzini.
Ka morago ga diirinyana seo re di emeng mo o ile a tsena gape Sergeant Mabena a boa le dikiatše tša gage le memory stick.
After a few hours that we waited there, Sergeant Mabena then went in and came back with his keys.
Emuva-ke kwamahora-ke athize-ke silindileke lapho wangena-ke uMabena wasebuya nazo ikhiya zakhe.
Ka ba re eme diiri tše pedi.
We might have waited 2 hours.
Kusengenzeka-ke ukuthi salinda amahora amabili.
Gomme o le go kry-a dikia tša gage ka starta motoro gape ka same date 1828.
And
30 seconds.
when he got his keys on the same date at 18, 28 and 30 seconds, I ignited the vehicle once more.
Yes. Just, yes.
Uma sengidumisa-ke imoto.
1828.
And what time did you leave?
Lase flaga na koma?
Re tswa kwa Moroka Police Station ne le 1833 ke joina Chris Hani Road.
When we left Moroka Police Station, it was at 18:33 and 30 seconds when I joined Chris Hani Road.
Masiphuma-ke lapha emoto kwaku 1833 uma sengena-ke eChris Hani.
As a, please, my lord, we've reached the end of the normal court sitting time. Can we adjourn until tomorrow?
Okay.
Roster fitlhe nakong ya gore re tlhome go fella moki motšhutšhi se tlhokela gore re tswele pele go sasa.
We adjourn until tomorrow. 10.